We're here.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another week of Open Mic Night here across the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media. I am, of course, your host and moderator, Mr. Bash, one half of the Bash Brothers, Fulton Reed, here today. What is going on, everybody? Gonna start bringing in the panel. First of all, he's not the other Bash brother. He's a bit of a cake eater, if we're being honest. Number 99 is in the house here today. What is going on, Meech? The Meech machine.
Michi, yes. I went with Michi because Banksy, we'll do with that. I can't not laugh at that goddamn opening every time. I'm saying, like, we did a video capture of Noah reacting to the watch-alongs. They need to get me doing a reaction to this damn trailer, the opening, because it's ridiculous. But it's so fun every week to watch that shit unfold. And yes, a little bit of a sad note with Matthew Perry passing literally a couple hours ago or whatever it is now. It's been a mixed bag of a day, but we're here. It's Saturday night. It's open mic night. And you know what? That's why I enjoy cookies, not cake. I just cake eater because Banksy. But yeah, cookies are my thing, which is why it helps to be a Santa ambassador, because cookies.
Yes, that opening is our next panelist at his best, and we are happy to have him back 2 weeks in a row, folks.
Whoa!
And we are waiting on a brand new opening still from him, but we give him his time. It's coming.
It's coming. Yes.
It's coming. Just like 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you.
Yes.
3, 4, the Heeb Man is at your door.
That's right. He's here.
Now, I'm sure you're all wondering why I decided to wear a white tee today. It's because I am cosplaying as the one and only famous YouTuber extraordinaire, Moist Critical. That's why I'm wearing the white tee today.
Well, if you had a barbecue stain on your white T-shirt, you could say you were Tim McGraw.
No.
Could say that.
Dylan loves that guy, for the record. So we need to get. No. We need to capture this entire thing and show it to him. Like, see, Dylan, you're not the only one that loves YouTube Jesus. So there you go.
YouTube Jesus is the Jesus that everybody should bow down to. Goodness gracious.
Yes.
I'm not his biggest fan, but some of his shit is just like,
he's so funny. He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I love it.
And the whole thing is just like, he's deadpan for most of it. When he gets worked up, holy shit. Like, watch out.
Have you seen the one where there's the cosplaying Charlies and then there's Charlie himself? Have you ever seen that? It's hysterical.
It is ridiculous. Yes, Dylan showed it's absurd.
It's so good. I love it.
Oh man. Anyway.
Here
Sorry.
to bring on the next of the core 4 of Halloween and the Multiverse of Media. He is arguably everybody's favorite panelist. The man behind Noah, that's what I call music.
Yeah.
The man behind Noah, that's what I call slow jam. The man behind Noah, that's what I call Disney.
Yeah.
And we had the first track added to that last week when he
did
the theme.
Woo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster.
Whoa.
What is up, Noah?
Damn it! Those are the worst fans I ever saw. Anyway, not much, guys. Good to see you. Jagger Screwlame up a ton of hash. Yes, I'm watching Fighting Spirit Unleashed with Japanese commentary, but always happy to be here with Open Mic Night and with all of you. But if you need me, I'll be watching professional wrestling.
There you go. Always.
There you go.
Noah to be, 10 and a half minutes in, he's already over our shenanigans.
If I may, before you bring in our panelists that we have, I have a request from somebody that usually appears on Wednesday nights that doesn't live in Pittsburgh. If I may bring him in.
Okay.
He asked if there was room, and I said, yeah, but I have to check with you first. So
there you go. I guess we're getting impromptu guest.
Hey, it works. I'm down for it. what I was gonna say to bring our next panelist, we had Noah Foster over here trying to steal Big G's shtick, saying about how happy he is to be here, while our next panelist hashtag sticks to his shtick.
That's right.
The reliable one, Walter Cruz in the house.
There you
That's
go.
right. Thank you. And Noah taking a page out of Tony Storm's book with the black and white now. Noah
no.
Storm.
Just wait till we get to the first commercial break. You want to know how stupendous Noah Foster is? Just wait till we get to the first commercial break.
Oh, there he is
Right.
reacting.
He has taken a page from Tony Storm's playbook. He has gone from being timeless to being stupendous.
That's right.
And the fact that Noah created his own movie
He did.
Awesome.
just shows how much of an influence all of us have been on him
Yeah.
in the
Yes.
last almost 2 years.
Yes.
That's awesome.
And Walter, also, our whole Halloween show last year, he was in the black and white and did the
I remember.
It's Showtime. It's in the-
Yeah,
it's in the
Showtime.
intro, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Him as
I
Beetlejuice.
remember that.
That was last year's Halloween.
Yeah, God, it's a year ago. God, I can't believe it's been a year.
Rounding out the panel for now.
For now.
I guess we could almost call her the first lady of the multiverse of media as she teleports into the command center.
Ah!
Datilla
up,
is in
everybody?
the house.
What's up?
Hi. I'm here.
Hi,
Earlier
everybody.
than normal, she's actually here at the start of the show instead
Yeah.
of coming in mid-show or just in time for the shills.
Yeah. I wanted to join in early today because I know what those topics are and I want to be a part of the first topic.
Nice.
Okay. I figured you would when I put out a topic about TNA wrestling. I knew I was going to get a little bit of joy and elation from some of the panel here because you love TNA Impact Wrestling. Noah loves it. James specifically said that if we talked about it and the potential of a six-sided ring,
Yeah.
which is part of the topic, and we'll get to all that in a moment, that he wanted to be here for it.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, if I've already got like half of the panel clamoring for this topic, and not to throw shade, but other discussion forums like this generally try to stray away from TNA and Impact Wrestling because they don't think it draws an audience. But half of my panel is like, I want this topic. Give me this topic.
Yes.
I
yes,
can't
Right?
wait to discuss it. I need this fix.
Yes.
Yes. I need the
Okay,
things.
let's do the thing.
Yeah.
That's right.
Just real quick, Daniel, it says that his youngest nephew is going to be the Red Ranger for Halloween. Which Red Ranger? Are we talking about Are we
Oh.
talking about Zato?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Who you want?
Here
Who?
we go. Datilla's going to go down the Red Ranger laundry list.
Yeah.
Well,
I was
talking
about to
about
say.
OG Red Ranger.
There's too
Rock-
many.
Rock Jason.
Yeah, dude, just go through all of Red Forever, and it's probably still my
You're right.
It's
No,
probably
actually,
still-
there's been so many Red Rangers since Forever Red. It's like if they were to do
Yeah.
Forever Red now, it'd be like a 3-part episode.
For
yeah, it
real.
would be.
It
Yeah,
should have
that
been at least a two-parter when they did it.
It should have been a movie.
I agree.
It should have been a movie.
And maybe with the current climate we're in, Fred Red should have had a soundtrack by Taylor Swift.
Hey,
Ah,
I don't know
Daniel-
Because
about
watching
that.
it is red. Red,
Daniel,
red, red,
after
red.
just
Yeah.
get Doja Cat coming in, bitch. I said what I said. I'd rather go paint the town red.
Daniel, after my heart here, saying that he's watching this and his Universal Monster movies.
Yeah,
Attaboy.
yeah, true.
There you go, Daniel. You love it. Yep. The classic set JJ bought me, however long ago it was, with the essential origin stories, if you will.
Wait, are you guys
Sit right
supposed
over
to
there.
be ducks?
Yes.
Yep.
What happened?
Movie ducks.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I just realized. I also did wear my Pink Ranger helmet, but then I don't think I'd be able to put on my headset over
Probably.
it.
Yeah. Probably.
Nah,
Yeah, that's not
It
gonna
would have
happen.
been. It would have been hilarious though. You having the headphones over the helmet.
I would have to probably put them
It
on.
would have
the
been a fun
side.
look, to be sure.
Yeah, that would have been fun. That would have been great.
I also have
I heard-
Lord Zed and Lord
Mhm.
Draken, and then
There you go. There you
I
go.
ordered Jason's helmet and Tommy's White Ranger helmet. Green hasn't been released, at least not through Hasbro. And then I have yet to get Billy's helmets. I only have Pink, Lord Dragon, and Lord Zed.
There you go.
Nice.
Got it. I
JJ,
just
you-
heard somebody beep in. Is that who you invited? And if so,
it is indeed. Would you like me to do the intro?
Yes.
Joining us from usually the Greg Cherry Show on Wednesday nights, as well as his own multiple shows on his channel and across his social media. Ladies and gentlemen, Josh is going to be pissed he's not here because Matty Laws is. What's up, Matty Laws? Wait, am I bringing him in too? Okay. There we go. Hey. There we go.
I'm so happy to be on with y'all. Thank you guys
Yes.
for having me.
There you go.
Good to be.
Good to
Glad to
good to
have
see
you,
you,
man.
brother.
And I know this is open mic night, so I should probably get a little bit more serious here.
There you go. Let's go.
There you go.
You came
That's
here
the
to be
spirit,
serious. You came to the wrong place.
I was going to say, yeah, you're on the wrong panel show in the multiverse. You came for serious discussion. But
Oh, I definitely ain't here for nothing serious. I'm here to have a good time, y'all.
that's right.
Trying to be serious in a panel like this is trying to have Taylor Swift not having bad blood with people. It's just impossible.
What is happening in the panel below me is what I want to know. What the hell's going on down
What?
there?
What are you do, Walter?
What the hell is happening over there? Jesus Christ.
I'm so confused as to what you're supposed to be, Walter.
Oh my
Cuphead.
God! He's Cuphead.
CM Cuphead.
CM Cup. Yeah! Yeah!
Wow. I am.
Cuphead, yeah!
That is a hell of a way to have in the opening segment. I don't think we can. I think we can. I can't even react to it. Jesus.
Oh,
Look in his
Lord.
eyes. What do you see? It's Cuphead
Noodle!
on our screen.
There we go. So let me attempt to help Jay rein it back in, because for at least this segment, we're going to be obnoxious shillheads and money asking horse here.
do y'all need
JJ.
a script for this show?
Maddie, no, you said that for Wednesday when Josh is here, that way he doesn't get all mad at us even more than he already is.
I
Please.
just posted in the group chat that you're on the show. To see if you're gonna come.
You know that Josh is going to see that, and we're gonna hear him pop from freaking where the hell is he again? Ohio. That's right.
Yeah, just like we
from
heard him
OH.
pop when Shane O'Mac came out of Mania, and then we heard his tears when he tore his quads.
Yes,
Oh,
I
think
heard
have that
Maddie.
on tape.
Yes, I heard Maddie pop from Ohio, and then I watched Shane McMahon's knee pop and quad pop. Anyway,
I
rough day for
I
Shane O'Mac.
had to see him ruin the 2021 Royal Rumble.
That was fun.
No, you don't have to.
Or the
22.
22.
Yeah,
I
you don't
was
have to see it. It's just, yeah.
I was there
Numbers aren't gonna
live.
be there.
Oh my goodness. So just gonna throw it out there for everybody. I am. See if we can get, where's my camera here? All right, this close to the threshold, if you will, for YouTube payout for October.
Yes,
So we've had an agreement from the gentleman in the panel below me here
yes.
What did I do?
for a $25 super chat, or 25 in super chats.
Yes.
And it has to be soon, because we gotta be sure we get our shit in here, Brian Cage style. Noah Foster will perform the Monster Mash song on our Halloween episode.
Yeah.
And oh wait, it gets better.
Yes. But wait,
There's
there's
more.
more.
If we get 50, and I mean we gotta get it soon, y'all. Noah will perform at least the song, because the whole thing's way too damn long for a segment on the show. But the song, Thriller by Michael Jackson tonight. So there you go.
Oh, we can't get the whole 10-minute of him dancing around.
13 and a half minutes of a movie, yeah, not so much.
No, probably not.
We won't get Noah Foster eating popcorn in a front row seat anywhere.
Well,
He's
yeah,
already
okay. Well, I mean, there are people in the room. We could probably pull off all the costumes in that video, but on this short notice,
good
maybe
luck
next
with
year
that.
for Halloween. Maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe next year, because I would need like at least a whole couple weeks to get everything together.
Right.
I mean, if Dylan was here, he could do the dance, because he knows how to do that, like by heart now, because there's video evidence of him doing it and me screaming at a lady in front of me to get the hell out of my way so I can see him do it. So
Yeah.
there is that.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, so yeah, $25 tonight gets Noah singing the monster. There you go, Maddie. There you go. Monster Mash complete with Maddie being the monsters. There you go.
got the
$25
mask
for
for the
Monster
monster.
Mash, $50 for Thriller, and that'll more than accomplish what we need. But don't forget also, all the way in the panel across from me here on the left, we are going to get one segment of it tonight.
yes, El
But the
Renegado
super
de la
chats-
Lucha Libre.
Yeah.
But those super chats keep
Going
coming
to
in,
make
and Jay hits
appearance.
that goal. We
That's
will get
Zane's El Generico mask?
no,
No,
It's El
that's
Generico
El Renegado.
Libre.
de
You
Lucha
hunt.
Libre.
It's
I can't point. I know where I'm
Libre.
pointing because I'm all El Renegado de Lucha Libre.
Walter's had his hand up
Raquel
for so
over
long,
here
by the
killing
way.
the gimmick.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say, I see why you got to pay to see El Renegado de la Lucha Libre
Exactly.
for an entire day because this was hot as hell and I had it on
Yeah.
for what 2 or 3 minutes.
How-
So
how-
if you want
how
him
long
to do
y'all-
it for a whole show, you better pay it up.
Yeah,
How
see,
long
that's
y'all
the
think
deal.
Put this on
Get it
for?
for one segment.
That's how I feel about my Pink Ranger helmet. That thing is hot as hell. I had to keep taking it off last year when I wore it on my stream. I was like, oh, I can't
See-
do this. It's like, ugh.
See, that's just how we are, man. We're warm blooded. We can't take that
Well,
shit. We
well,
can't.
well, see, that's the deal. Cleaver, always good to see you. That the money threshold JJ sets to pay his AC bill.
Pretty much.
This is like this is a sauna, man. I feel like I just sweated a pound off. Jeez.
I mean, that's one way to get the weight off, everybody. If we want to go ahead and commit to the gimmick,
Yeah,
sure.
you should do a workout routine with that, Walter.
Right now,
Right.
we've got it set for one topic, one segment.
Yes.
If
yes.
I get another $40 to my channel only, that'll get it for a second segment,
Ooh.
and then we just keep going from there. But
Shit, I'll
as
do
it
stupid
stands
shit
right
for
now, I'm
$5.
gonna wait a little bit because if it only has to be one segment, then I'm gonna save it for the last segment.
Yeah.
You know, if we get enough to where it gets to be 2 segments, then I'll do it a little bit sooner. But unless
Yes.
we get there, I'm just going to save it for the last segment. Make people have to tune in and wait for El Renegado.
You see.
Well,
See.
this dude sold his soul to the devil, so I guess I got to do something for a super chat too.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
I'll take one for the team as well. If people sent in a super chat, JJ, you could determine the amount. I will put on the Pink Ranger helmet and I'll change my sweater to match.
Yeah.
Should take the sweater off camera,
Oh,
y'all. We're not going to get crazy up in here.
Yeah.
Lurking in
Well,
the
I mean,
chat tonight.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll wear my Pink Ranger helmet if people send in a super chat. JJ, you determine
Virtue
the
is
amount.
in the chat.
Oh,
Wow. Okay. You know it's a slow news week when there's no DQ on Virtue's watching tonight. You know it's a slow ass week.
He's lurking.
Knowing how hot that helmet has to be, Datella, we'll say $50.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I need
$50 gets
50 and I
Datella
will
in
put
the
on the Pink
helmet.
Ranger helmet.
There you go. Oh, he's gonna try to put it on again. Oh no.
Cleaver, if you were here, we'd gladly bring you in as the Portman because you are more like Portman than I ever could be for JJ's Fulton. So absolutely, brother.
The reason why I say I would change my sweater is because I'm wearing a blue. If I'm gonna put the Pink Ranger helmet on, I gotta wear.
No. I was just saying the way you said that. I'll change sweaters. I was making it clear to people. She'll do the changing of the clothes off camera. You sick preverts. So you know. Oh, there it is. There's mine.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yes.
we knew Emmanuel was somewhere in the chat. for
Yes,
this.
and by the way, I mean JJ, go ahead and do the super chat first. Acknowledge that first for sure.
So we got $25 to the channel, so that's still not enough for a second segment, but that is enough to get the Monster Mash performed by the simple man with the spectacular voice.
Oh
Who
no.
is muted because he is watching Japanese wrestling. No,
No.
No.
Hey JJ, I just got a karaoke idea. We could do our own version of the Masked Singer with all our little.
Right.
Shit, yeah, you're right.
There's a
It's true.
right?
Noah.
Me and Noah were talking earlier. We need to do Name That Tune Wrestling Themes Edition.
Yeah.
You know what? Here,
Noah.
you know what? Maybe we can find a way to incorporate that into the karaoke in March instead of just straight karaoke.
Yeah, that's true.
Just
So-
saying. Anyway,
Noah, can you hear us, bro? We got the 25.
He's
No,
it's all right. We'll get him later. It's all good.
choosing not to acknowledge us.
That's okay.
I just love.
Finished watching Seed Chucky. Yuck, dude.
Yeah.
I will say this: Chucky is my shit. That is
Yes.
my franchise.
Yes.
Even I don't acknowledge Seed of Chucky.
The only
is a
reason I
couple-
acknowledge Seed now is because they actually continue the story in the TV series.
There's a couple of funny kills in there though.
That's fair. And yes, every you know what? Tuesday, JJ, we're going to talk about one of those franchises and which one's the worst. So, but we'll get there into the Shills part. So we're not in the Shills yet. We're already 25 minutes in. Jesus Christ.
What I love is I can make goofy ass faces behind here. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
what's your excuse? That's a mask on. No. Horrible joke.
Josh
Anyway.
might literally be asleep because he hasn't responded, and I tagged him in that message.
Oh,
He's
bummer.
probably asleep. Oh well.
We lost
Anyway.
Maddie again. Oh, okay, there he is.
He's,
Okay, there he
he's
is.
back.
Oh Jesus! There we go. That's me.
The devil spitting smoke over here.
There
He
you
was gonna be
go.
regular devil, but then he got high. Anyway.
Buster Pierce! Live!
All
See the
right,
double
well,
live!
while we try to get Noah's attention, let's go ahead and jump into the first topic, which is one Datilla wanted to be here, one James wanted to be here, one that I
Yes.
know Noah will jump into and
Yes.
discuss.
Yes.
This is my
So,
first
as
open
we
mic
all
night.
saw on Bound for Glory last week, we saw the promo for Hard to Kill, the announcement that at Hard to Kill, Impact Wrestling will revert back to TNA Wrestling. The $1 million question here is, will anything truly change about the company, or is it still going to basically be business as usual? I've heard a lot of people saying that they want them to bring back the six-sided ring. Of course, one female competitor decided to be outspoken, as she do, and basically respond to them on social media with, what would you prefer, the six-sided ring, or us to have long-lasting careers?
Right.
And while I get that to a certain extent, much like the Mercedes topic last week, I feel like she could have addressed that a little bit better. But I don't think anybody wants the six-sided ring back for a full-time basis.
Yep.
I think it needs to be back. I think they should do it for Lockdown. They should bring back Lockdown and
Yes.
bring the six-sided ring back for Lockdown. That way we can resurrect Six Sides of Steel.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
aside from that, I don't think it needs to be a regular thing. I don't think it needs to be a pay-per-view thing. I don't think it needs to be a twice a year, 3 times a year thing. But I think if they do it like War Games, like Blood and Guts, and they do it once a year,
Yeah.
that way it doesn't get, beat to shit.
Yeah.
I think that would be a great move. And I'm going to go ahead and throw to Datilla first, and then we'll go to James, and we'll just start going down the columns. But ladies first. Datilla, what do you think about them going back to TNA? Will anything change? Do you want to see the six-sided ring back?
Datilla, with you being our commentator for Impact, you've never called a match with a six-sided ring. So there is that until this week's throwback show, that is. So.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but I've only been watching Impact for 3 years. So I missed a lot of the TNA stuff. Everything that I've seen that, it's pretty brand new to me. As far as the six-sided ring is concerned, I agree with you, JJ. I think it should be back for special occasions. I don't think it needs to be an everyday thing. But I think that some stuff might change in terms. I know that they're changing production. They're trying to upgrade their production. So I'm looking forward to that. But I think that their shows are not going to change as much. I think it's going to be business as usual, so to speak. Their shows have been bangers. Like Bound for Glory, in my opinion, was like a Sean Spears perfect 10. I mean, Will Ospreay versus Speedball Mike Bailey was match of the night. I don't care what anybody says. That was freaking fantastic. So I'm excited to see what their new production, see if they use new arenas. But I think that it's still going to be delivering the same quality shows.
Yeah. No, I
Okay.
agree with that.
James, go ahead. It's to you next.
Well, I'll acknowledge the fact that Emmanuel's goddamn challenging everybody. Jesus.
We'll get there.
though.
We'll get there.
But yeah.
Virtue.
Here's my thing with this.
Yeah.
I think the big issue that I think a lot of people want to say with the six-sided ring, yes, it's hard as a rock. What they don't tell you is they don't do what Mexico does, which is put the freaking layer of padding over the actual ring mat so that way you don't hurt as bad. They don't ever say that. So that's a thing that I think needs to be brought up. So if they do the six-sided ring, probably best to go with what Mexico does, because I think they have like a layer of foam that is over the canvas itself. So that way it feels like it's a four-sided ring, and then you can have like tarp over the actual foam. I don't know if people know that AAA does that, but that's what AAA has been doing for a long time. Yes, Jeff.
I'll let JJ call me. I was just waiting to wait till you guys get through that. So it's fine.
Yeah. So I think the 6-sided ring should be back. Probably would be best, in my opinion, not necessarily to do it weekly, but I think pay-per-views are where it's at. I think you do it on pay-per-views, Impact Plus specials, whatever. That's where you should bring the 6-sided ring back, especially if you're rebranding TNA. And I only say that because at the end of the day, when you think of TNA wrestling, you think of the 6-sided ring. And I think this was brought up by a bunch of people when they were reverting back to TNA. Literally, Deadlock even said, like, look, yes, it hurts like a pain in the ass, but there's ways that you can prevent that from being the case. That is your identity. That is what got you the toy merchandise for so long, is because you brought something different to the table. So I think they should bring back the 6-sided ring for just that alone. And if you can make the ring safe for the wrestlers to bump in, even better. And I think nowadays, if they were to really try and come up with a method, I think it could be done. I just don't think people have tried yet. But I don't know. That's just me. I would try to find a way to like make the bumps less hard on the people. Like find a way to like do that. I feel like there has to be a way, but like nobody wanted to like look into it as much. But yeah, I don't know. That's just me. But yeah, I think they should bring it back.
That's fair.
If nothing else, for pay-per-views.
I definitely agree with you that was their identity. That's what made them stand out. That's what got them the merchandising and the toy deals, because they were able to sell the reigns. I know that the talents really have a problem with it. A lot of the talent didn't like the 6-sided ring. That's why I think doing it monthly, or even, the pay-per-views, the Impact specials, I think that may be too much. I could definitely see it a couple of times a year, but not on even a monthly basis. If they're going to keep doing Multiverse Uniteds, maybe for those type of shows, because it's the international flair anyways.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense.
And then, like I said, bring back Lockdown. Do that one tonight.
Slammiversary and Battle for Glory, probably. Yeah.
Maybe if they do like an Ultimate X on one of those shows, maybe, because I always thought the 6-sided ring made the X's look better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you had two sides that didn't have the posts for the X, and then the other 4 did.
Yes.
Emmanuel, we did see your other super chat. We will acknowledge it once we get through these. Did you have something you wanted to tack on to James's point, Jeff, or do you want to just wait for me to come up to you?
No, I did want to tack on so I don't forget, because my brain is what it is. I will vouch for the crew at TNA, as well as independent crews using 6-sided ring. Even as back as 2005, they were adding that layer of foam. And I only know that because the one time I actually worked a independent show and got paid for it as a commentator, I was also on the ring crew, and the promoter decided to use a 6-sided ring, and we did it in a rodeo arena, so we had to carry every single piece of the ring from the truck across an entire rodeo arena to the center of the place. So beam by beam, everything. And we did have a thick, and I mean thick, layer of foam between the beams and the wood and the canvas, and then the actual canvas and the tarp underneath that. So even as back as 18 years ago, we were already making efforts to make it much safer to have a 6-sided ring. So for what that's worth, I'll give my answer on the changes in the company later when I get to my turn. But I did want to make sure I threw that out there, that yes, initially it wasn't a thing, but even back to 2005, they were already like, people are bitching about these bumps. So
yeah, true.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, I think the name Hard to Kill is a good name for TNA, because they're the little engine they could, and that company's hard to kill. Who knew that company would be lasting 23, 24, whatever it is, some odd years? And it's cool. It's just awesome to see. And The name change doesn't affect me much because I never acknowledged it as Impact Wrestling. I called it TNA always. Like it was
Yeah.
just my thing. I never really called it Impact Wrestling, so it's just easier for me. But the six-sided ring thing, I think JJ's got a good idea to bring it back every now and then because it's nostalgic. You got the six-sided cage, and you look at the old highlight reels of the people with the and on the wires, and they do the 450 splash. There's always a coyote screenshot, the Wile E. Coyote shot of the six-sided ring. It's always like synonymous with that, and it just was something different. TNA was an alternative to WWE back in the day, and they set themselves apart by having a complete different ring. And then Hogan and Bischoff come over and they're like, that doesn't work for me, brother. Even though, yes, the wrestlers were campaigning for it and they changed the ring. So, once in a while it'd be cool, but you gotta put people's safety first. So I do get it, but it'd be maybe you just do everything a special, like its own gimmick pay-per-view, 6 sides of death match, 6 sides. You just do it, and it's all about sixes, and you do it in June, and then boom, everything's good. 6, 6, 6. You make it.
Oh no!
Everything about 6-sided. Hey, I got the devil underneath me, man.
That is bad. That is.
So I think that'd be something cool to do, and just make it all about the 6 sides for that one pay-per-view, and then leave it alone so the talents don't feel like they're breaking their backs more.
Yeah.
But yeah, and you just gotta see an X match or X division match over the 6 sides of the ring again. And when you used to see what was it, Red, what's his name, Red Fintech?
Amazing Red.
Amazing Red do the
Yeah,
450 off the ropes. I mean, off the wiring.
There you go.
And AJ Styles used to do crazy stuff. So it was just it just went with TNA, and it's what set TNA apart. But it's cool to see. But I like your idea of just once in a while. You don't need to do it full time because in 2023, every sport's about safety. You change the rules in football to protect the quarterback. You change the rules in wrestling. You change. NBA changed hand check, which is so stupid, but they changed that. Like everything's about player safety. So it is what it is.
All right. Matty Laws, what do you think, sir?
Wow,
devil
he
himself.
He was moving.
Sorry, I
He's
had
moving.
to
There you go.
turn off an alarm.
Oh, whoops.
No, JJ, Walter, I agree with you guys completely in having it for special occasions. And with Walter's point, put Lethal Lockdown in June.
Mm-hmm.
6
There you go.
sides of steel in June. That would be awesome. As for the Ultimate X, I don't know when in the year that they would do that, but definitely I would love for it to be the 6-sided ring. But yes, do it like AAA does it. Because AJ Styles has accredited hating working for Impact or TNA because of said ring.
Yeah.
So get a safe ring if you're going to do the 6 sides, but do it on special occasions. Like your big 4 for Impact should be the 6 sides of steel or the 6-sided ring.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Jeff?
Also, I love
go
the
ahead,
name
Matty.
change back to TNA.
Yes.
Absolutely love it. I grew up with TNA. That is what I know it as.
Right.
My co-host still to this day calls it TNA. So he's now justified in calling it that for the last decade or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 years since the official name change. Yeah.
TNA.
I never stopped.
Yeah.
No.
It's like I went away on hiatus from wrestling and it was still TNA. I came back, it was Impact. I was like, what's Impact?
Right.
Fuck is
TNA.
Impact, and why should I care?
Impact is the name of the TV show.
No, it doesn't name the company.
TNA is
Wait,
the
what?
company.
Yeah.
That would be like WWE changing its name to SmackDown.
Yeah, right.
It's the name of the show and the company. What?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeff, your thoughts, good sir, and then we'll bring things home with the simple man. Hopefully he can hear me so he knows he's going to be next.
Yes.
I think he did say on DMs. Apparently, he's really into the women's match that's going on right now. So
Well, then I will try to pontificate longer and make sure he has time to give attention. Gee, me talk longer. That could never happen. Especially about TNA. So first of all, I don't necessarily agree with the six-sided ring coming back only because of the aforementioned safety issues. But again, to the counterpoint that I made myself, if they find a way to make it safer, the only other thing that was wrong with it, AJ talked about this too, more than AJ, but I remember him talking about it. Besides the safety of the actual construction, running the ropes on a six-sided ring was hard unless you made your debut in TNA. Like your first company's TNA, that's all you know. But if you're coming over from WWE, or if you're, coming up through the indies and they all have 4, it was a challenge. The guys going back to six-side now, Frankie would probably the guys that were there would not like it, but they would have a better adjustment period. I think the kids now, and I say kids because I'm 40 and I can say kids because it was 20 years ago the damn company debuted, so I can. I think would have a tougher time. But also to their credit, the current crop of young guys in wrestling tend to adapt better. So we'll see. Other changes in the company, I don't really see a major shift in presentation or even in management. It's still going to be under Anthem. It's still going to be Scott D'Amore running it. It's still going to be whoever's doing the crux of the creative. I think it's going to remain in place. I think they just want that feel of TNA, the alternative, the true, make people want to watch every Thursday night, make people want to, get on that Impact Insiders or whatever they're going to call it going forward bandwagon. Because if the prices are what I remember JJ and Noah telling me, I'm going to hop on that Wednesday when we get our payday. Because damn, that's not bad to pay that little for what we're getting every month. It's very much akin to when WWE Network first launched, as far as the amount of content versus the amount you're paying. It's a great lopsided of a ratio. Mm-hmm. And the only reason the rebranding took place when it did almost 7 years ago now was because there was such a bad taste in the mouths of the mainstream when it came to talking about TNA. A large part because of the Hogan Bischoff administration that was in charge. TNA Wrestling became, that's a company that did that stupid Aces and Eights thing. I love Aces and Eights, but I'm just throwing it out there. That's a company that Hogan and Bischoff torpedo. That's a company that did that dumb thing with AJ Styles and that woman he was. And God, Dixie runs that company. There were just so many negative connotations associated with the letters TNA that when Bruce Pritchard had the opportunity to jump into creative and go on TV and go, all right, look, TNA is dead. It's time for Impact Wrestling. I think that was just one of those, they went along with it. Right. So
makes sense.
I don't think it'll be a major adjustment in terms of anything unless they go back to the six-sided ring, which would be a huge adjustment for everybody, not just in the ring, not just, mapping out your matches. Arena setup and set layouts will change drastically if they have to go where the hexagon is opposed to a square. I know it doesn't seem like a lot. Oh, well, just extend it out. Man, running arenas and trying to book stuff is a nightmare on its own. Trying to reconfigure your entire seating layout because of the change in the configuration of your ring would be a muckerfudder. I promise you it would be. So there will be significant changes across the board if they go back with this one change of a six-sided ring. So I personally wouldn't do it except in the case of if they bring back the lockdown show or if they threw out even if they did do an Ultimate X with it or a six-sided steel with it, don't make that the whole show. Have the six sides of steel match be done on site, but in an auxiliary location to the main pay-per-view presentation or whatever it's going to be. Don't have the entire night be six sides because it'll just be if they give the people a taste of it and they like it, they'll get that itch to bring it back full time, which I think is a bad idea. And if they try to do it, too frequently, then it'll just be the guys and the gals not be able to get used to one or the other. So I say either do it one night a year, like you talked about with lockdown, or don't do it.
I do have one thing to add to Jeff's point.
Go for it.
And that was, not to do it the whole night. The only thing I would say is if they were to do lockdown was every match to be inside the 6 sides of steel. So
Right.
it's the most gimmick of gimmick pay-per-views.
Yes.
But it was kind of its shtick. So if they were to do lockdown, they would kind of have to do it throughout the whole night.
Well, right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they're going to bring back lockdown, then bring it back, because that cage was so unique and it made for my money, being there in person, the most what the TNA moment in TNA history, which we are going to have our Impact team / TNA team call that match the third to last week of our countdown to Hard to Kill.
That was
so
Triple X and AMW, right? With the
Yep.
I'm excited
and
to see that match. I've never seen it.
And and Dell and I were talking off air after we did the first recording of the night. I showed her the scar. It's still there from when Val dug into my arm. The scar is still there 18 years later.
I have to be allowed to be in the green room while they call it.
Of
if she has never seen it, I have got to be there for her first reaction to watch.
Oh, I know. So yeah.
I will stay off camera. I will stay off camera, but I have got to be in the green room during that match.
I was a total ass the other night after we did the recording. I put the share screen on, but didn't show the screen. So I had the audio. Josh is here. Hi, Josh. So I played the audio of what happened in the match with Don's commentary over it, and I saw her reaction to just the sound. Then I showed her the scar, and I'm telling you, people, if nothing else, the memories of what those initials invoke is worth every bit of the rebranding cost. I'll tell you that right now.
Wasn't there a cool shot of Hardy just sitting on the cage one time?
Oh,
that was during
there
the that was during the initial Impact on Monday. That was going against Bret Hart's return when Hogan showed up. They did a Anarchy in the Asylum, I think it was what it's called.
Yeah, it was Anarchy in the Asylum or some shit like that. But at the end of the match, for no reason, Jeff Hardy was just chilling on top of the cage.
The match ended with no finish. It was just non-finished, and then Jeff climbed that ugly red thing and went, "Yep, that's me." I'm like, all right, I was
the skater kid that would sell cigarettes.
Yes. Well, Josh, we're glad you got to see. Even you didn't get to see Maddie's face, we're glad you got to see that Maddie was here on Open Mic Night, of course. So,
my debut.
Hi, Josh.
Well, it didn't help. By the way, it didn't help the fact that they had Homicide try to climb out of that thing. Also, by the way,
All of them had to wear fucking gloves.
I know
that shit was so sharp.
I'm very glad there was a reason.
I was just gonna say, you know who else you can see with the right donation? El Renegado de la Lucha Libre. $40 for an entire night.
Oh, nice. I can't wait to see.
Noah, it's on you, good sir. What are your thoughts on this?
Hey, Mr. Foster.
I think Jeff was still saying something before
No. I was going to just that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hello,
Mr. Foster.
Noah.
Paging Mr. Foster. It is your turn to speak on topic. It is you. All you. Noah.
Give him a solo way until he pays attention.
Yeah, right. That is true.
I'm literally calling him.
You're literally calling him.
Powerbomb set out! Cover! No! I walked in, y'all talking about some damn nonsense. What the hell do you want?
We're
We're doing
talking about
6-sided
TNA
ring.
wrestling.
Oh, wait, you're actually talking wrestling? Oh, okay. What are you talking about?
What's that, Noah?
I've
been freaking watching that. By the way, damn good match.
All right, JJ, our moderator, please fill Noah back in.
Yeah.
So we're talking about TNA being resurrected, Impact going back to TNA.
Yes.
Will anything change? Should the 6-sided reign come back?
That it? Okay.
This is where you talk. Someone pull his string. He's not talking.
All right.
And just because we've now got you where we can audibly hear you, money has been paid for you to do both Monster Mash and Thriller, by the way.
Anyway, oh God, that was a hard shot. I don't think honestly anything should change since they went back to TNA because at the end of the day, people never forgot what TNA was. TNA just had a transformation, trying to, remind people we're not known for this political bullshit. We're known still for incredible pro wrestling, the alternative, but you can stand out, be your own, find yourself. Hello, Mickey James, Hardcore Country. I will say this about the six-sided ring, all right? The six-sided ring was the true reason that made people believe that was the alternative industry, at least on the Western front, because outside of AAA, there wasn't really a company, unless you were looking at UFC or mixed martial arts, that had a sport or a combat-driven showcase inside a six-sided ring. There's that whole idea of the dynamic layout, the sound, Jesus, clothesline by Lance. And I do think that they don't need it back, but it would be cool to see it for one night. Now, whether or not you do it for a whole night like they did with Lethal Lockdown back in the day, that still is up for debate. I don't think Ultimate X needs it. You sure as hell don't need Elevation X after the people fell and broke their damn neck practically. Jesus. But I think it would be cool to see it just one more time for nostalgia standpoint. Like somebody just call it out and be like, oh, we're going to sell this. We're going to sell this like the six-sided ring. Okay. Give a purpose to bring it back the six-sided ring. You don't necessarily have to do it as like, a gimmick night. And I darn sure don't believe it should be permanent. I think that wrestling alone has been standardized to the point you're familiar and comfortable with it inside four sides, whether there's full turnbuckles or turnbuckle pads, whether you watch WWE, New Japan, or AEW, or, some other company, that's just a whole different form of presentation. But I don't think much is going to change besides the fact that you're going to once again realize TNA never left. We're just trying to remind you what TNA was on its hiatus. But TNA is back, and they ain't going away again, according to Scott D'Amore, and I'm all for it. Bottom line, six-sided ring is not needed. And as far as change goes, what change does TNA need that they haven't already implemented since Scott D'Amore and Gail Kim and Anthony Corelli have reformed this company's locker room top to bottom since 2020?
That's a good point.
Big choke slam, planted by Lance Archer. I love Lance Archer. Monster Sauce needs to win.
Love Lance Archer as well.
Sesame Street bullshit.
I told you guys. Noah has wrestling. Noah has wrestling Tourette's.
Always when he's watching these things. Always.
Now
that's where the Rainmaker clip came from.
Hell yes, best one yet.
Yeah, and then Noah, I know you said that you're very busy with that show, but will we be able to see the Monster Mash and Thriller since the money has been paid?
Ah, fucking hell.
Well, hang on. James, first of all, let JJ throw to that when it's time. Second of all, how long do we have you is the question.
We've got him for the next topic as well.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
What I would like to do, Noah, is we'll throw, now that we've wrapped up this conversation on the TNA topic, we're going to throw to commercial. When we come back from commercial, if we can get you to do the Monster Mash, and then before the third topic after that commercial, we can get you to do Thriller. That way you don't have to do both back to back. You've got commercials to bring up the lyrics and do what you need to do to prep for the song performances, since you did agree to that.
Yes.
Things I do for my friends. Thunder Kiss 86 hits cover till they retain. All right, fine.
And while he does that, we're going to run two trailers kind of hyping up what's coming up in the watch-alongs across the multiverse of media, including one that was made by our simple man himself. You guys have heard of Timeless Tony Storm. Well, this is going to be presented to you by stupendous Noah Foster.
Dracula, I bid you welcome. Listen then, children of the night, what music they sing.
Even a man who is pure in heart and says his prayers by night may become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the autumn moon is bright.
The way you walked was thorny, through no fault of your own. But as the rain enters the soil, the river enters the sea. So tears ran to a predestined end.
All the wrestling.
Damn it. And sports entertainment.
Sports entertainment.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wait, what? What happened?
We were
I
all
actually
doing
really like that
it.
video. It was nice.
Yeah, it was fun.
Jeff is trying to cut a
You're
promo.
muted,
Muted.
Jeff.
Jeff, you're muted. You're muted.
You're muted just like I was, and I didn't get to do it with you.
Jeff Meacham, Multiverse of Media.
Yeah.
Acknowledge me.
Oh no. Oh no.
On the button.
Your channel chief. Oh no.
Channel Chief. All right.
There we go.
Round 2. Here we go.
There you go.
I think
Stupendous,
this was
yes.
the whole comment right there.
Yeah, I was about to say, Noah, that was fantastic.
Yeah, I
Better
brought
than
a tear to
Timeless
my eye. I
Control.
liked it.
That was
As
Where
a
that
former-
tear?
We
Here.
got it! Woo!
Good God.
As a former drama geek, I truly
Yes.
appreciated that.
Yeah, that was fun.
I acknowledge you, Noah Foster.
Thanks, I guess. Man, imagine what you can do with PowerPoint in less than 45 minutes. Also, nice to see you, Matt
Man.
Laws.
Yeah, nice to meet you, my friend.
Yes. Yes, Maddie's been here the whole first segment, Noah, so welcome back.
He was very much into the women's.
He was very much into the show.
Hey, look, Ian and Julia brought the fight. All right, I'm just waiting to see who challenges
As they
Julia
should.
after that Northern Lights bomb. Put High-End down for the 3 count. Very good match.
Yes.
I love that Daniel caught all the movie quotes over that trailer. That was good. Yeah,
Yes.
I went and re-edited all the normal trailers and added some Halloween movie quotes over them just to try to make it a little bit more perfect for our spooktacular, if you will.
Spooktacular.
Oh, here we go.
Everyone loves that trailer, Noah. The crowd response is perfect. Now, having heard, or I should say not heard, you speak during your silent movie, having heard the vocal stylings of Bela Lugosi from Dracula
That's
and
what
those
that was.
quotes from the Wolfman, is Noah Foster ready to get down with the graveyard smash
Yeah.
that is the Monster Mash?
Let's go, baby.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
Yay!
Godly.
The monster, man. Let's go.
All I gotta know is whatever happened to the Transylvania twist.
I agree.
That's right, damn it.
Y'all know what to do, backup crew, when it's time. So just put the damn solo shot. Damn y'all's wallets. Let's get this shit over with.
What the hell
Blah,
broke
blah,
your
blah.
bell?
How long is this? 3 minutes. Oh Jesus.
Well, no, I
Remember,
mean,
you don't have to do the whole song.
Oh,
Noah.
yeah,
Just-
you're
right.
good.
Yeah, I forgot. It's only up to the first or second part. All right. Well.
yeah, usually all you gotta do is the first verse, first chorus.
All right. Here.
The DuckTales theme was one thing because it was a 90-second TV theme.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
JJ, I love the blah blah blah. By the way, I love that
I
reference.
don't say blah blah blah.
don't say blah, blah, blah. That's right.
Blah, 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 blah.
You mean the- you
All
mean
right,
the
let's go ahead and
theme
do
I
this because
posted?
Eddie Case is about to beat the crap out of Hinare, or excuse me, Hinare for the end of the Strong Boy Championship. I
Yeah.
want to watch this shit. All right, here we go. Let's see it here. Play and I think that's it. Yep.
I will not ruin it like I ruined the DuckTales
I'll be
thing.
bored.
Woo.
You know what? Fucking whatever. Maybe it means we're gonna get a copyright strike. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I just do this
Wait.
shit just because I'm freaking.
Nice
whatever.
guy. We have to
I
back
was
him up in the
working
other
in
part.
That's right.
lab late one night when
Wait.
my eyes beheld
What are we
an eerie sight.
Just
From my
listen.
monstrous slab began to rise, and suddenly to my surprise, he did
He
the
did
mash.
the mash.
He did the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash.
He did the mash.
Catch on in a flash.
He did the mash.
He did the monster mash. All right. Easy, Igor, you incompetent. All right, enough. Not copyright. Enough.
And just remember, everybody, when we come out of the next commercial, Noah Foster will be channeling his inner Grandmaster Sexay, his inner Michael Jackson to do Thriller.
Oh, Lord.
Dun.
And with that, I go back in the black.
Yes!
And I'll find that dude as I watch Eddie Kingston beat the shit out of Hinare. Bye-bye.
Hey, JJ.
No, don't go away just yet, Noah, because we do have another great topic of discussion for you.
Yeah, it's actually really
We
good.
did get another super chat. I believe
We
that
have
is
a
your channel, Jeff.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
We have a chat. We have a super chat. Thank you, Nikki
And
Boy. Much
Daniel-
appreciated. Much appreciated.
Daniel, just wait, because
Yeah, I was
there's
gonna
still
say.
2 more trailers to run, and there's quite a few other things to drop into those. So
Yes,
you might hear some Freddy Krueger.
You might.
You might hear some Crypt Keeper.
You
gotta
just never
stay
know.
tuned, good sir. But Nikki Boy, thank you for the super chat again. That was to you, Jeff. So
Much appreciated, Nikki Boy. Thank you, sir. Well over the threshold now. So again, my November wallet thanks you.
yes.
Yes.
So the next topic that we are going to discuss is something I actually saw Greg Cherry tweet out a while back.
Yes.
And I thought it was a cool little topic, so I screenshotted it, and I've been kind of holding it for reserves for when we have a slow week like we did this week. And basically the gist of the tweet was, if you could start your own promotion with 5 active men and 5 active women from any company, who would they be to start your company?
Jesus.
Noah, because I know you want to go back to watching your match here, we'll go ahead and throw to you first, and we'll kind of do this in reverse order.
So you're talking about 5 individuals, male and female, if you were to start a wrestling company. Well, you got to look at experience. You got to look at longevity. You got to look at potential. You got to look at establishment. And as somebody that
10
looks at the
total,
entire
5
wrestling,
and 5.
yeah, and as somebody that looks at the entire wrestling industry, not just WWE, I know there's more than WWE. Ain't that some crazy shit, folks? Open up your eyes. I think for me, I guess I'll look at the man here again. The Rolodex of people I would put into a company. Oh, good God Almighty!
Okay. While you think of that, let me just address Emmanuel real quick. Current active superstars.
I figured that's what this was correlating to.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure I clarified for the chat room. If it's someone from an older era like Steen who is still active, then you can use them.
Nah, that's
But
Even if
they
you're
have
injured
to
right
be a current superstar.
Yes.
all right. Will Ospreay, Zack Sabre Jr., Shingo Takagi, Jeff Cobb, and just because, again, he's a big man with unlimited potential based on what I've seen so far, I think I probably would give Powerhouse Hobbs a crack. I would like to see, what these incredible strikers can do against these heavyweights, hybrid cruiserweights, Will Ospreay being a former junior heavyweight, of course. And you have so much youth, you have experience. So those probably be my 5 men. As far as 5 women, oh, good God Almighty! Whoa, blah 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 blah. Let's see here. Potential rising star, because I always like to think about establishment. I think I would do Lyra Valkyria. I definitely would do. I think Lyra Valkyria, who just won the Super Championship. Congratulations! Oh, Killer Kelly. Diana Purrazzo, because my God, how many technical females are there in the industry anymore? I'm just saying.
Something told me you'd have Deanna.
La Macy Rain. Just because of established and to see her actually challenge a different way, I'm gonna go with it again. Just because at this point, who could stack up to her? But how could she stack up with others that are beyond her game? I probably would do Charlotte Flair. And as far as the last one goes, I think I'm gonna go international and go with the master of the pink high kick in Miya Yamashita. My wrestling company would be all about international flavor, strong style, with a bit of a technical background also in between. So just off the top of my head, those would be my 5 men and 5 women.
Okay.
There you go. Good shit.
Very, very solid. Meech, it's on you, good sir.
I don't like being second in this. This sucks. Okay. I'm gonna make an executive decision. We can repeat somebody else said because that's just too damn.
Yeah. I mean,
yes,
no
yes.
one ever said that you couldn't have the same
That
thing.
would suck because I already wrote them down.
Yeah. So as long as these two can stay healthy and not get, dinged up enough where they have to take extended time, Ospreay and Sabre Jr. for sure. I mean, those two guys are just where are we at? Unfucking believable. They are.
They
both
are
of them.
British professional wrestling. Damn it.
They are. And that match that Danielson had with Sabre Jr. If Brian
So
wasn't hired, I would say Brian, but because he is, I'm not going to put Brian. He'd be an honorary pick for sure if he was sticking around longer than a year. Sabre Jr.
Agreed.
Ospreay. All right. I'm going to say his other name, but you all know him as L.A. Knight, but I'd sign Sean Ricker without a doubt, even at 40, whatever he is.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Yeah.
That's my boy. I love
Yeah.
you, Sean Ricker.
Yeah.
At this point, let's see, Nakamura, Ospreay, and that's Nakamura. Wow, I saw Nakamura in the chat room, and it distracted me. Ospreay, Sabre Jr., Ricker, Gunther, definitely Gunther. Josh Alexander.
Yep.
Josh Alexander. On the women's side, this is more of a bitch. Deanna, definitely Deanna, even still, because she's still got so much, nothing but time in front of her, even now. JT, I'll probably co-sign on these two, Thea and JC, at this point. Where do they win on Tuesday? And they should, or not. Damn it. Thea, JC, Deanna. Oh, God. People are going to hate on me for this one, probably, or at least some people will. Britt Baker. I still have faith in Britt Baker's potential. I really do. And again, because she's so young and got the world in front of her, Roxanne Perez.
Okay. Not bad. Solid. Matty Laws, go for it.
All right, so I wrote these down. I'm going to go with Eddie Kingston, Seth Rollins, MJF, Carmelo Hayes, and Zack Sabre Jr.
It's a solid 5 there, yeah.
MJF and Hayes for the fact that they are incredibly young and incredibly talented.
Yeah.
Imagine a program just between those two.
My God.
Zack Sabre Jr. because he could wrestle a fucking twig and take it to a 3-star match.
Yeah, he is this generation's Flair, like by a lot. Just without all the crazy extracurricular bullshit.
I've said this on my podcast several times. I feel like Seth Rollins is the modern day Randy Savage. He can wrestle anybody and he can work with anybody in a program. And I would bring him there for that reason. And I fucking love Eddie Kingston. So he's part of my roster regardless.
You're one of the only people I know that really loves Kingston.
Yeah.
Both have had bad history with Eddie on a personal level.
I was going to say, personal shit.
I have never met the guy personally, but I've heard of what he talks about, and I respect the hell out of it.
But I mean, even now, I can be impressed with how he's progressed professionally. I just don't have to like the guy. But man, his stuff on TV, it's like, you know what, dude? Good for you. If you're at a point where you cannot be that asshole anymore and do the work you're doing, cool. I also I had a thing and it just completely went away, and I'll come back to it when you go back around. I had a thought, and then I got sidetracked with Eddie Kingston.
And then
Seth.
What about Seth?
No, go ahead. You're good.
Okay. And for the women's side of things, I will go with Mercedes Monet, Julia from Stardom.
Nice.
Willow Nightingale.
Yes.
Io Shirai and Hikaru Shida.
Good choices.
I'm wanting good wrestling from my women's division.
Yeah.
And this is a core 5 that I know will get me top talent matches.
Japanese Pulitzer on full display, Matthew. I approve.
Love it, dude.
And I was going to say about Seth Rollins being the modern day Macho Man, he can work as a baby face or a heel and be seamless and do great either way. So
And
that's a great take.
The intensity that he puts through his promos is the only person I could think of as Macho Man.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. True that.
And you'll see that later with me.
Go ahead, Walter.
All right. So for women, I would do Trinity because I think she's lighting it on fire right now. Jade Cargill, of course, you know I was going to say her.
I knew you were going.
Believe it or not, even though I don't like to mention her or give her credit, but for the star power alone and a veteran female presence, I would do Charlotte Flair.
Exactly.
And I would do Mercedes Moné also for star power. And I got one more, right? Bailey, I would use.
You got 3 of the 4 horsewomen there. Interesting.
Yeah.
No Becky Lynch.
Nah. Was that 5 right there?
Yep.
All right, for the men, for star power alone, you got to include Roman Reigns. I don't care if he's part-time in WWE. This is figurative. So Roman Reigns, believe it or not, I know I'm going to catch hell for this, but for veteran presence, for being able to stay pretty much injury-free for his whole career, for everything he can do on the mic, for how he can get people over, how underrated he is. I got to put him over because I know everybody's going to be like, what? The Miz. I would start a company with The Miz. I don't give a shit what people say about how much he loses. Miz knows what he's doing in that business. And he's so underrated. He's got mic skills. He can put people over. Like I said, right now, he's the measuring stick.
He's the bar.
In WWE. He really is. I would do Seth Rollins.
Seth freaking Rollins, okay.
Yeah. And I would actually do Darby Allin to get some youth in there. What's that 4?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think because you got to have your mixture of veterans and you got to have your young guys. And even though he's injured now, but like I said, this is fantasy world. Injuries don't count. Randy Orton, look at his longevity. He's been in there in 25 games. He knows the game in and out, and you can't go wrong with Randy Orton.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Some interesting choices here. I'm really surprised to see you put Darby. You know, I like Darby, but much like Ospreay, I feel like Darby's a liability with his reckless style. Not that he can't wrestle matches where he's not reckless, as James pointed out last week. When was the last time we could say something that James pointed out last week? Like, seriously, it's 2 weeks in a row. We got to see if we can get a hat trick and get him back at least for the opening topic next week too. But
I
mean,
cringe every time I see him.
It's one of those things, like, he's good, and that youth, you've totally got that going for him, like you said, but I'd be too worried about him hurting himself, and then he's out for 6 months, then he comes back, then he hurts himself for 9 months.
I get you. Like, every time I watch him wrestle, I go, oh, and I just clinch. I know exactly what you mean.
You think you're not around the Cuzzies, the Suburban Commandos, they'd give you 2 chops for flinching.
I mean, did you guys see what I did on my channel after I lost a bet?
To be fair,
I did not, Maddie. No.
But for the record, I think Darby.
We saw you douse yourself in chocolate sauce on Greg's channel after losing luck of the draw, but we did not see what you did on your channel after losing a bet.
It wasn't so much the dunking of himself. He had eggs thrown at him. It doesn't crack him. He's having his girl throw the eggs. He's a madman. He's a great madman.
So when the Broncos lost to the Chiefs, I made a bet that I would do the John Moxley spot, if y'all know what that is. And Greg was so gracious to say I should take one skewer for every point lost. Luckily, we only lost by 11 points.
So you had 11 skewers in your head. Oof.
Yes, I did. 2 times because my brother took him out the first time.
Oh,
All righty then.
well then.
Well, if you want to see Matty Laws do that, go to his channel. Check that
Yeah.
out.
There you go.
I'll do it again if y'all pay me.
No, Jesus.
You gotta
man.
love the fact that Greg was gracious enough to do.
You sick fuck.
Right? That Greg's okay with him doing that, but he can't watch Sabu and Terry Funk in a barbed wire match.
No, Greg wasn't watching happily. He was not watching happily.
No, I could.
Greg's
I
a
could
collective
understand
sick
that.
fuck is what he is. Anyway,
I think it's me.
All
now.
right,
Man,
James,
I
it's
got
on
mine.
you, sir.
Pay $15.
I will say, real quick, before I get to my picks, I will say Darby has a ridiculous high pain tolerance as well because his body's made of rubber bands. I
I've
don't know what
never
he's made
seen
of.
that.
He should have been injured like 5 times already. I don't
Dude,
know
I've
how he's
watched a
still
lot
wrestling.
I've watched a lot of deathmatch wrestling, and Darby Allin is a fucking insane human being.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, same here. By the way, only because of Blako561. Shouts out.
it's one of those. I will always remember one of my enduring memories. My first ever independent show I went to, I ended up actually working part of the show, was sitting in the control room with Tammy Sitch and a bunch of the other people at XPW before XPW got railroaded the first time by the FBI, and taking turns dry heaving, watching Supreme and Ian Rotten in a no rope barbed wire rope death match.
Oh boy.
It was, I had never seen a death match that close, and I hope never to again. I mean, it was, and like I said, I can watch them back now with a little bit of hindsight perspective and not get so wrapped up in it. But even still, there's some hardcore matches I can't watch now. And the fact that we were okay with skewers into Matty's head, but not okay with watching a barbed wire match, wow. Anyway, go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
All right, here we go. So here are my 5 for men first. MJ, this might surprise some people. MJF, Roman Reigns, Kazuchika Okada, Will Ospreay, Josh Alexander.
You ran through those really quickly. You mind slowing down a little bit, James?
Yeah, well, I was gonna go one by one anyway. That's why. So MJF, for obvious reasons, total package, total complete wrestler. We literally saw it tonight. If you didn't watch Collision, I actually did watch it with a crew in private, so that was fun. That was.
I didn't see Collision because I was getting the updated trailers ready with all the audio.
I watched Collision, so I agree with
Boy,
you.
did you miss out on a classic.
We'll watch it back on demand. You know how we do.
I'll watch it tomorrow because I got to take my notes for my Monday review. But you know,
it was phenomenal. I will say, so yeah, MJF complete package, can talk on the mic, babyface heel. He can do it all. He's proven it. He's still proving it. So
it's
yeah,
still weird to see him as a baby face.
it is, but he's so good. It's actually probably it's one of the best championship runs in years, legitimately. Roman Reigns, for all the reasons I kind of mentioned, MJF, Kazuchika Okada, all the same reasons I mentioned MJF and Roman Reigns. Those are your 3 top stars in any damn company. I don't care who you are. They all have mic ability. They all can be babyface heel if booked correctly. And shit can actually be popping with those 3. As far as my other wrestlers, Will Ospreay and Josh Alexander. Number 1, I want to see that match. Number 2,
yes,
Ospreay is he's so underrated on the mic, and with a little bit of time, he could be a babyface of a company, legitimately. And I think he's right up there with MJF as far as mic ability. He's right up there with being the best in the world right now. Josh Alexander, we know how good he is. We know he's a loyal company guy. And we know he's basically this generation's Kurt Angle with the way he's able to just pick up the business like that. So that's why I picked my 5 there for the men. My 5 women are Deonna Purrazzo, Serena Deeb, Rhea Ripley, Mercedes Moné, Bianca Belair. Mercedes Moné and Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair would obviously be for the star power. Rhea Ripley, especially because, damn, like I love that woman. Believe it or not, did not pick Natalia Markova. If I was able to pick 6, she would have been here.
I'm
But you know.
surprised to not hear her on your list, bro. For
Yeah,
real.
yeah. But she is really good. But not. I'm thinking of people that people would actually know. So like she would be like probably like in my top 10, not my top 5. But Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair. I mean, their matches that they've had are great. That's why I picked them. And then Serena Deeb and Deonna Purrazzo as your technicians. And I mean, it doesn't help, but it doesn't hurt the fact that they can cut a hell of a damn promo as well. So I think that's a pretty good starter for a women's division. So that's my 5 women right there. So,
Definitely.
there you go.
Okay. Okay. It's on you, Datilla.
Oh wow, I feel pressure. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, this is hard because like I've been thinking about it back and forth as to who I would pick, and I've changed my list multiple times. For the men, give me Josh Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
Not a surprise, knowing how much you love Impact.
Hey, Will Ospreay, like James, I want to see that match. They gotta give me that match.
Yeah.
Steve
Walter,
Macklin.
if you're trying to talk, that you're muted, by the way.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
I was
I was
yelling.
coughing.
Oh, you're fine.
I was yelling at somebody.
Oh, don't worry. All right, continue to tell.
Steve Macklin.
Mm.
Let me see, and then MJF and LA Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my 5 men. It was hard. It was hard just to pick 5, because there's so many.
It is.
It's so hard. For the women, I have to pick Deonna. I cannot, I have to. She's my number 1.
Yes, long may she reign. Yes.
Yeah, long may she reign. Serena Deeb, Thunder Rosa, Mercedes Moné, and I will pick Giselle Shaw because I think she's a star in them. She definitely has potential.
Future Knockouts World Champion.
Exactly.
Okay.
The spotlight
Wait.
was, and will always belong to the quintessential diva, Giselle Shaw.
What's up, Walter?
You talk about. I don't know if I missed it when I was yelling at somebody when you did the men. You believe in Joe Henry so much, but you didn't pick him. What are your 5?
Hey, listen. I didn't.
Hey, that's a good point. Neither Datilla,
Hey, listen.
nor Noah
Listen,
picked Joe
listen.
Hendry, and they're always preaching to me about how badly I need to subscribe to the Joe Hendry philosophy and how it's blasphemous that I don't believe in him. And neither one of them believe in him
Right?
enough to pick him for one of their starters.
Hey,
I didn't
listen.
even think about this topic. I literally just picked names at the top of my head.
Yes.
There are
yeah,
250
listen,
different ways I could have done my top 5.
exactly. And for the record,
Yeah.
we're talking about big names here. Like, we're getting our big names. Joe Hendry ain't exactly a big name, but he can be if you give him a
Unfortunate.
chance.
But you need some people that you can develop.
Bingo.
That's where the
He's
top
big
10
enough.
comes from, but you only gave us 5.
Hey,
He's
Yeah.
big enough
you
that
pick
the
a few-
moment
you pick a few headliners, and then you pick a few talents you can develop.
Tranquilo, like Tetsuya Naito.
Yeah.
the moment I saw him in Joya, I was hooked immediately, especially with the music
I
and
was hooked
everything.
before
So
Joya.
he can be a big.
And
No, I'm
funny-
just saying.
Funny enough,
You guys watch
Walter. Funny enough, Walter and Dattila. I'm looking at, of course, NWW Strong's Finest Brand League. Hell of a fucking show tonight, by the way. And literally, Sonata is tagging alongside Uya Omura against Tetsuya Naito and Hiromu Takahashi.
Oh, wow.
Go, Yuya.
Wow.
Yuya is part of just 5 guys.
Just 5 guys.
Yes,
I don't-
just
Yeah,
5
Five Guys is overrated.
Man,
How dare you?
Give
I
me
agree.
Tommy's.
I don't
Give me-
know.
give me
I don't know
Wendy's.
anything about the 5 guys, so I can't comment.
I listen, man. Give me Wendy's all day. That's
Give me
all.
Tommy's.
Look,
I-
hey, first off, we're not talking about food. We're
Give me
talking about
In-N-Out.
wrestling groups.
Well,
But
I
I said a lot
That
about
was
another
the joke, Noah.
That was
That
a
was
joke.
the joke because there's the restaurant called Five Guys. So I
I
was
know
like,
that,
Five
but
Guys
damn
is
it, I'm
overrated.
wrestling focused. I like this comic book entrance. The Heat Storm, Uya Omura.
So I guess it's my turn now. The guy that
Yeah.
hosts, moderates, and read the topic off.
Yeah,
Mine,
basically.
some of mine may surprise you because it's not as WWE heavy as one would expect coming from me. And I'm being 100% authentic in these people that I would pick.
All right.
So for my men, I'm going with Will Ospreay. Everybody seemed to pick him for reasons. I don't really feel like I need to say anything more about him.
Nope.
Speedball Mike Bailey.
Yes.
that is
Yes.
That. Oh my God.
I just made my wife a fan of Speedball Mike Bailey today by showing her the Will Ospreay Speedball match.
Perfect
Dude,
job, man.
that kid has impressed the fuck out of me this year.
Dude, he's been doing this shit for a decade plus.
Yeah, every match I have seen of his this year has been better than the previous one.
Yep.
And then going back to WrestleMania weekend when he wrestled 3 matches in 3 companies on one day, if he is not the 2023 wrestling MVP, I don't know who the fuck is.
Yeah. Most improved,
Real.
most, valuable, without a doubt.
Damn right.
Next pick is a man who very easily could have toppled the Ring General for the Intercontinental title, Chad Gable.
Fuck yes.
Oh yeah.
I approve.
Love me
I
some
think
Gable.
him and Ospreay would be some banners.
Oh, the technique.
I want to see him versus Josh Alexander.
Him versus Zack Sabre Jr.?
Oh yeah.
Middle 4-way.
I picked Daniel Garcia.
Oh, interesting.
Minus the woo dance. Get rid of
Thank
that.
you.
shit.
No, you got to keep the dance. You got to keep the dance.
No.
Don't get me
No.
wrong. Hold on. Time out. So we're not all talking over each other. Don't get me wrong. The dance is entertaining, but go back to the Daniel Garcia that was on the verge of leaving the JAS because he was being courted by the BCC for being a technical wrestler and not a sports entertainer. Give me that Garcia.
Former Ring of Honor Pure Champion, by the way. Just saying,
Yeah.
Red Death.
Oh, yeah. I love me some Red Death, but that
And
dance, man.
my last pick for the dudes, absolute Ricky Starks.
Oh, a star already and a star in the making. Brilliant. Nothing but an upside for absolute Ricky Starks.
And again, give me Ricky Starks versus Mike Bailey. Give me Mike Bailey versus Daniel Garcia. Give me Starks versus Ospreay. Like, all these matches could go pretty much any way. You've got your anchor in Ospreay, and then the other 4 are guys that are on the rise that Ospreay could make look amazing in the ring, like they need help.
Yeah.
But still, that Ospreay would just make look even better in the ring by having matches with them. Ospreay would definitely be the inaugural champion, but the other 4, like, definite contenders, I feel.
We'll ask this question again next month, and the list will all be completely different because, again, you can't define just 5 people to start a company. But that's still a hell of a large lineup.
The women was the hardest for me.
Oh, I bet it was.
It really was. As much as I love women's wrestling, as much as I love my NXT,
Damn it.
this was hard for me because I wanted women that I feel had the recognition and the ability. And it is with that where my number 1 draft pick for the women's division was the virtuosa Deonna Purrazzo.
You are brilliant.
Good choice.
Good choice.
My number 2 draft pick, Roxanne Perez.
That's fair. The
Number
prodigy rises
3,
to promise.
number 3, say it with me, everybody. Dr. Britt Baker.
DMD. Don't forget it.
Number 4, the one Walter's waiting for me to say, Jade Cargill.
That bitch.
Like him, you knew she had to be on my list. And I feel that the other 4 women on my roster would help her look like $1 million.
Oh, without doubt.
My last draft pick is Bianca Belair.
I was wondering when the EST was going to show up on your list.
And I just have to state for the record, I don't want the Bianca that we see on a weekly basis. I don't want the long braid. Give me natural Bianca.
What the hell?
There you go.
Wow. All right.
Give me natural Bianca.
That'd be different.
Because I feel like there's something there that can be just as entertaining, just as appealing without having the, for lack of a better term, don't come at me, people, long ghetto braid.
Her braid is becoming almost a gimmick by itself. So I
It is. I mean, the fact that it was used to whip between her and Becky Lynch in their feud, I'm like, come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unbecoming of a talent like her. I'm just saying.
But that is my roster.
There you go. That's still
I know it probably surprised a lot of people that I didn't pick like Thea Hale, JC Jane, the people that I really talk up in my NXT.
Damn it.
Who Thea Hale, by the way, dressed up as Nikki ASH tonight at an NXT house show.
Oh, yeah.
Posted on her social. Nikki reposted it on her Instagram, side by side.
Who was it that dressed up as Tiffany Stratton? I saw that clip.
That was Fallon
Henley.
Who?
The country
Fallon
girl.
Henley. She used to run with Briggs and Jensen.
She don't run with them anymore?
I think she still does, but they haven't been featured as much, so she's kind of been featured as a solo lately.
Maybe they got the band from the bar. Who knows?
But yeah, Fallon Henley.
I still respect the AKA Tessa Price. I mean, I'm glad she has the opportunity. I hope that she's doing well. So
that is
I'm not familiar with that name, but okay.
But that's because it's a WWE name. Let's not start at the WWE name generator.
No, I was just gonna say because you guys don't watch NXT.
I was gonna say I know you don't watch NXT, but you need to go back and watch this week's Halloween Havoc, girl.
Yeah,
because that's definitely gonna lead. It's something we're gonna be talking about in our next topic, because it was, just to give a teaser, 23 women across 8 different segments
of the show.
It was freaking an awesome night for women. So if you're a fan of women's wrestling, and there wasn't a dud match amongst them.
No. Not like the women, no.
Including the main event. They started the show, they ended the show. There were 2 semifinal matches in their tournament. Like, the women were just on fire on Tuesday night.
It was a good show. I agree. It was a very, very good show.
I didn't expect that, and the way it ended. I did not expect that result.
No, me neither. But I'm so damn effing happy.
Yeah. Halloween Havoc was the best show of the week, says Matthew.
That's a hot take, but honestly,
it's a hot take. But everyone's allowed their opinions.
Yeah, absolutely.
True. Hot take, but everybody, like JJ said, can all have different.
Well,
opinions.
again, wrestling is subjective.
Yes. Yeah, this is where I'm gonna bounce out because I don't want to get into an argument.
You're at least gonna hang around while we run the commercial and then come back and have Noah do Thriller, right?
Oh, fuck.
That is true. That is true. And then
I
gotta bounce as well. So I'll stick
all right,
around
Maddie.
for that.
Been a pleasure, Maddie. Don't be a stranger.
All right,
no
so
worries.
All right, so we'll go to a commercial and then we'll see Noah do his Thriller.
We're gonna run a quick commercial this time. We're gonna take a look at all, since Noah's gonna be performing some karaoke, we're gonna take a look at the upcoming Open Mic Night special events that'll be coming up here across the multiverse of media, including game nights and karaoke nights. Stay tuned.
Hi, Georgie. Don't you want a balloon?
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Don't you blame the movies! Movies don't create psychos! Movies make psychos more creative!
Stay afloat, Georgie. Stay afloat. And when you're down here with me, you float
show!
You know, it's Halloween. I guess everyone's entitled to one good scare, huh?
And
What
we
the
are
hell?
back. Some more little horror movie quote drop-ins. You know, a little bit of Pennywise the Clown, a little bit of Skeet Ulrich from Scream.
I did the Silence of the Lamb part.
Got some cool little drop-ins there. Hopefully Daniel liked that.
Sheriff Brackett
He's
here,
like, I heard Billy Loomis.
Yeah. Little Billy Loomis, little Spielberg.
yeah.
Yeah, little Sheriff Brackett there at the end. I dig it. Yeah.
All right.
Don't
Noah.
you oh yeah me? I'm the oh yeah. You stop that Noah Foster. Do the Thriller. Yeah, time for Thriller.
Time for Thriller. Let's go.
I'd rather be trapped in the Paradise Lock like Tetsuya Natsu's right now in the middle of the ring.
Then that means you're a pretzel, bro.
Yeah, well, I don't have to sing. I just have to wait to be unleashed.
Well, what if you have to sing while you're in the pretzel?
Yeah, right. I'll be there. Oh, and it's not just Tetsuya Natsu in the ass.
That would be a double no from Noah Foster having to sing and be a pretzel. Not a good thing to be two of. No.
Is Noah ready to bust out the Thriller?
80s, damn it. Freaking horror nonsense. You all suck. You all suck. Well, at least Kage Tamatanga ain't on yet, so this isn't really ruining a whole lot for me.
Madness kicking in. Here we go. Yeah.
It's close to midnight. Let's go.
This song has such a long damn run up.
Well, it is midnight on the East Coast right now with a full blood moon.
Yeah.
Or whatever
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
true.
Yeah.
You know,
After midnight, gonna let it all hang out and everything. Yeah, all right. I'll take it.
It's still Saturday.
Can't
here
have
on the
shit
West
be
Coast.
hanging out
I know,
there,
right?
you know what? Y'all
We-
keep going on with
We
this.
only have
Macho-
two topics left.
God.
It is 9:30 on the West Coast. Like, we might actually have an early night tonight, folks.
Well, now you said that, you jinxed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But don't forget,
God.
it's daylight savings time ends next week, so it's gonna be even
Oh,
earlier.
Jesus.
Oh, that's right.
That's
Fall
next
back.
fucking week.
Yay, extra sleep.
Yeah, for one more hour of Macho Madness. Yeah.
Oh, God. The Jeff Meacham just became the macho meat.
Yes, you're damn right.
Hey, this is such a long
I'm his
damn
hype
run up.
man. Yeah.
Oh, the end of the cream rises to the top. I can't do that, man. That'll crip my voice. I already yelled enough when I was doing the ATW call with King for freaking Kenny Omega versus MJF. So it's like, hey, this is a long damn run up. Again, that's just one of the
And then we did our call earlier for the Road to 40 Savage Steamboat.
So I've called wrestling now 5 hours today. Nothing new, nothing out of the ordinary.
All right.
But anyway. Okay, let's see here. I think I got it. One of the greatest ones. It's close to midnight. Something's evil lurking in the dark. Jesus, this song. Under the moonlight, beauty and sight that almost stops your heart. You try to scream, but terror takes the sound before you make it. You start to freeze as horror looks you right between the eyes. You're paralyzed, cause this is Thriller night. And no one's gonna save you from the bees about to strike. You know it's Thriller night. You're fighting for your life inside a killer thriller tonight. That's all you got.
Yay!
I'm the biggest Michael Jackson fan there is. I was singing every word along with you on the song. It's crazy. I know Michael. I know Michael, man. I'm a huge Michael fan.
My best
Just
friend
so everybody-
My best friend Vaughn is Die Hard Michael Jackson. He could name every song he's ever done.
Yeah.
Just so everybody's aware, yeah, there was talk amongst the host and the moderator. Yeah, we were gonna have him do the Vincent Price rap, but we figured, you know what? There's only one Vincent Price, and we just don't have enough time for that amount of awesomeness. Yeah, maybe next time.
No, that's fair enough. Well, anyway, that's the fuck girl hasn't done the damn cover too. No.
Well, Noah has now fulfilled his karaoke obligation.
Yes.
Thank Christ.
Yes. Much
James-
appreciated. Yeah.
James, we appreciate you showing up for the second week in a row, good sir. Is there anything you would like to plug before you take your leave?
There really ain't my. I mean, you can check my channel. I got nothing going on except whatever's going on in the Jeff Meacham Network stuff. And then we check. Even though I'm not on it, Halloween Havoc 1995 retro with Owen French and Chris Todd. I did the thumbnail for it, and it's funny.
It was pretty funny.
It was pretty good. So yeah, go check that out. It's fun. They have good times. They talk about the spookies and the scaries and the Yeti. So yeah, go ahead and check that out.
Halloween Havoc 95. Yeah, not a good night for the Macho Man or the Hulkster. No, not a good night for them at all. And the Giant got murdered. Yeah.
The giant supposedly got murdered, and then he came back. Remember, Macho?
Oh well, yeah. You know, he took a fall off Cobo Hall. And all of a sudden, he was winning the world title for no particular goddamn reason. Yeah.
Pretty weird. Pretty weird.
Pretty weird night. Pretty weird. Pretty
Celebrity
weird.
booking. And you can't even blame it on Russo.
No, it's all Kevin Sullivan's fault. Yeah, it's all the Taskmaster's responsibility. How crazy that show was. Yeah.
They're one of the damn Three Stooges.
You know, one day
All
we
right.
just. You know, one day we got to cut a promo together because you be the life of the party, and I just kind of be dead inside.
I understand that reference. Yeah.
All right, James. Well, thank you for coming through. Hopefully, we will see you next week. If
Bye,
not, we will
James.
see you for
Bye.
Disney karaoke on November 18th.
And that's nonsense.
I will be singing all the Disney karaoke, and as YouTube Jesus would say,
Yes. That's what that's what I call Disney coming soon to the Jeff Meacham Network. Yeah.
I'm a Nickelodeon Cartoon Network guy. Screw you and everybody who cares.
We're gonna put
about
another
that
nickel
damn
in the
company.
Nickelodeon and make you sing the Disney songs all night.
Fuck
Yeah.
Disney. No one gives a damn about Disney in 2023. When a
I
younger
do. What do you
generation
mean?
be a damn cat in high school. You're worrying about some damn furry ass nonsense.
all right,
I think Noah Foster's ability to harness in the anger during the Disney talk is too hot to handle, too cold to hold. Yeah.
there you go. As YouTube Jesus would say, that's about it. See ya.
All right.
YouTube
Have a good
Jesus
one,
signing
sir.
off for the night. Much appreciated. Yeah.
Get out of here.
And then there were 6 of us. Yeah. But Maddie's
Maddie,
got to go too.
You were getting ready to take off as well. Is there
Yes, I
anything
was.
that you would like to plug? Thank you for being here with us.
Oh,
Nice
of
meeting you,
course.
Maddie.
Of course, meeting you as well.
Take care, Maddie.
I'm on YouTube Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Tuesday and Thursday and Sunday will be for the Raw Ball podcast. Catch me there. And Wednesday, I'll be here every week for the Greg Cherry Show. And other than that, you'll see me pop up here, there, and almost everywhere. So
Yes, you can. And if you haven't seen Luck of the Draw with this man right here, the newlywed Daisy, good old Meach and Greg Cherry, you got to watch that in the archives. That shit was madness. Unlike me, it's macho madness. That was straight madness. Yeah.
I had 3 eggs thrown at me, and I covered myself with 3 pounds of chocolate syrup. It was
Why?
Wow.
Why?
Wait a second. Okay. You know what? We got to give him a visual aid, Maddie. Got to do the visual aid. Yeah. Give me a second here. Don't go away. Gotta.
avert your eyes if you are a youngin.
Freaking Walter with Cuphead.
What?
Oh, that's brilliant. Well, Cuphead,
Cuphead-
and his
Cup-
pal Mugman, they like to roll the dice. But oh wait, sorry, non-copyright.
I always forget when I do it on the phone. You lose my signal and you lose my audio. But yeah, Look at the Draw. Dig it.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that was it.
God.
That was the end result of Matty Law's first one out. Yeah, and he had eggs thrown at him. It was a messy situation. Yeah.
The only thing
That
I'm
does
missing
look
is
messy.
yeah, that
I bought
looks
3.
funny.
I bought 3 pounds of chocolate syrup, and Greg was like, "Yeah, it's the whole bottle," and I'm like, "Oh,
Yes.
okay."
Yes. Maddie and Daisy at least had their significant other there to help them with the situation. I was here all by myself, which is a good thing that I had the Luck of the Draw because it would have been even messier than it already was. Yeah.
Can I imagine? My gosh.
Straight madness. Exactly, Noah Foster. I understood the reference because of the Macho Meat. That's good stuff. It's good synergy. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Well,
I'm going to
Maddie,
be obnoxious. Fuck this segment.
you're welcome to come back anytime, good sir.
Appreciate
You'll
it.
come
Thank
back
you.
for our Disney karaoke night. We spin the wheel, we get super chats, and we sing Disney karaoke.
I will.
Sounds
I
like
will
fun.
see if I'm available. I don't know much Disney other than the villain songs. So
Yeah, hey, we got a whole
There is
section to
actually
it.
a spot on the wheel as villain songs, but we have everything pretty much broken up by a year and decade.
okay.
So as long as the song you want to sing falls in that decade, you're good. Or for a bigger super chat, the fans pick who sings and what they sing.
Oh fucking lord!
And
Arlene,
Daniel is trying to
Emmanuel.
make somebody sing Darkwing Duck and have Dattila sing the Dino Thunder theme.
Yeah, that makes sense for Dattila.
I will.
I love Dino Thunder.
Dattila, you gotta
Dino
actually-
Thunder is
you
one of
gotta
my
actually
favorite
sing.
songs.
You can't
Shoot me.
read it. You gotta actually sing it.
Shoot me the link and a heads up in advance, and I'll see if I'm available.
It's November 18th. Yeah, Mickey and Minnie and Pete, if we're being real's birthday. So 3 weeks from tonight. Yeah.
3 weeks from tonight. I'll
Yes,
see if
sir.
I'm available.
Same night as Full Gear.
Yes. Same night as Full Gear. We're doing a big long day. It's like we're going to be so goddamn tired. As much like Noah is so goddamn excited that it's wrestling right now. We're going to be tired as shit. But it's going to be awesome.
Well, I'll see if I'm available. Thank you all for
Sounds
having
good,
me,
brother.
and I'll see y'all next time.
Bye, Maddie.
Stay
Bye.
healthy,
Maddie.
stay hydrated.
Yes.
Yes.
And so just real quickly, I don't know if anybody saw my Power Ranger theme ranking video, but yes, Dino Thunder was pretty high on there. I think it was like number 4 on my favorite days. I love the Dino Thunder theme, so I wouldn't mind singing that. But I think JJ would want Daniel to donate some money in order for that to happen.
But, I mean, that's the whole point.
So-
Check. Well, that's the whole point of the night.
Yep.
So here's the deal. The good part about it is you being part of the fold now. Yeah, we can have Dino Thunder theme because it's Disney. We can make them wait the 3 weeks and contribute at that point. Yeah. Make them wait for it. Make them have the anticipation. Yeah.
That's what he's saying, is that he's gonna make somebody do that on Disney karaoke.
Oh well, in that case, we will wait the 3 weeks and it'll be awesome. Yeah, it'll be something to behold. I'm sure. This is gonna be a bitch to hold up this whole segment. We're gonna try it.
Walter freaking killed
Yes, what's up, Walter?
I think he's muted.
Oh.
Or,
I'm getting another phone call. Yeah, 1 second.
oh, okay. He's still muted. Botch.
And Walter's not muted. What's up, Walter?
We
I
cannot
can't hear you, but you're not muted.
Yeah, he needs to readjust his sound set. And if they proceed but don't succeed, well, the devil will take
Still
their
can't hear you.
heads. Oh, Cuphead.
What are you singing?
It's Cuphead. One of the most. It reminds me of 1930s cartoons with its style, but it is a rage quit boss rush-esque game. That fucking dragon from Isle 2 almost made me threw my controller at my TV.
Still,
Of course I didn't
still
need it.
can't hear you, Walter. Try exiting the room and coming back in. It might help.
I've always been a fan of barbershop quartet a cappella type style. I always found it kind of interesting. TKO connects! Cover 2! Oh, Snow almost pinned Naito.
There's
It's a hell
Jeff
of a
back.
show.
I am back. Yeah, sorry. No, the call wasn't from Ghostface. As a matter of fact, the call was from somebody whose middle name shares the first name of the first lady of wrestling. Yeah, so there is that. She was letting me know that she already knew about the sad news about Mr. Perry, so we wanted to converge on that because I know she's a fan. Yeah.
Got it. Walter, you
Yeah,
there?
Noah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Noah, the dragon and the robot were both pains in the asses. But
I didn't have as much issue with the robot. Honestly, besides the dragon, the hardest boss was the devil himself.
yeah. But I was saying I was dressed as Cuphead last year when I met Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods, and they pretty much told me like, "Hey, you get your ass over here," and wanted to take a pictures. Like they wanted to meet me, like it was the other way around.
That's awesome.
So, JJ, the phone call I took during the last segment kind of ruined the joke for me because we were talking. We had like a lot of tears on that last segment. I was going to say, with everybody on the screen and Maddie in the bottom, were we all on a level above the devil? It would have been so much better if he had been in the room when I made the joke, but stupid phone call it up. So, but yeah, doing the MJF joke, I had it. It was there. It was in the palm of my hand, brother, and it got ruined.
It's all good.
Anyway.
So the next topic, should be a fun one to get into. Again, as I alluded to Datilla there, talking about my NXT this past Tuesday. 23 women featured on Tuesday across 8 segments of Halloween Havoc. Is NXT now the number 2 stateside when it comes to women's wrestling? And we'll go ahead and we'll go to Walter first on this one.
Yeah, it's kind of hard not to argue. I mean, it's kind of hard to argue against it, and especially the way they just showcased it on Halloween Havoc. And they even got women from the main roster coming down in the form of Becky Lynch, winning titles, increasing ratings. Let's not act like Becky Lynch coming down did not help. What it made me watch it. I haven't missed NXT since Becky Lynch came down. I started watching it and started paying attention to everybody. So yeah, as long as they don't, NXT's always been good with that. It's when they graduate to the next level that Vince screwed it up with the booking. So it's like NXT always knew what they were doing. It sucks that they're under the WWE umbrella. So technically, we have to say WWE knows what to do with their women's division, but it's only in the NXT. Once they go to the main roster, somehow they screw it up. Unless your last name is Flair and they just give you the title 15 times. But other than that, 16. So, but yeah, it's hard. TNA always has the best booked women's division, and NXT has to have the second, and it's not even close. Like AEW can't compete with that. They just showcase the same women over and over again at 9:30 for the same crap. They don't take advantage of the stuff that writes itself. So we were talking off screen with Tony Storm and the things that are written on the wall for you, and you can't take advantage of it. So
I can't wait for her homecoming.
Yeah, again, I am not going to go down the rabbit hole of Tony Storm right now because it's been a fun show. And I feel like if I go down that road, it's going to go to a dark place. So I don't want us to go. I want the only darkness on this show to be the graphic we showed for Matthew Perry and Noah's black and white background there. That's it, like for real. I will save my diatribes when it comes to that for my show, but AEW should be the number 2 in my opinion.
Agree.
They should be.
But because they've got the women talent.
Yes.
What I am going to say as far as AEW women's goes, without going down the Tony Storm rabbit hole, how do you have Thunder Rosa cleared medically at the shows, at the announcer's booth, but you have no creative for the person who had to forfeit her fucking title due to injury? She comes back. I never lost that. I want it back. Storyline, but they have no creative for her.
That's
and ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a little bit of an Easter egg here. Not a huge Thunder Rosa fan.
No,
it seems like it's pretty cut and paste here for me.
Yeah.
She's there. She's cleared. She never was beat for the belt. She has claim to it. There's creative right there. There's a story.
I'm 100% behind you, and I'm one of the people that thinks Thunder Rosa was a little underwhelming as the champ, but that is stories right there. It writes itself.
Yeah.
Datilla, I'm a bounce up to you. I know you don't watch NXT. I know you did watch it a couple weeks ago when it was the Tuesday Night War episode. With what you have seen of them, with this knowledge of what they did this week, do you feel like they are at the very least presenting their women in a better capacity than AEW or the main roster? I guess would be the best way to put it to you.
I do agree. I think that they the one match that I liked from the that Tuesday War, Lola Vice versus what was the other girl's name? Whoever she fought, I actually really liked that match. The
That
Lola
was a
Vice
good
match.
match. When they had on the Tuesday show. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. I actually really like that match, and I honestly think that if I'd watched NXT, I would enjoy the women's wrestling on there. They had the talent is there, and I like what they're doing with it. So I do think that they are number 2, and like you said, AEW should be number 2, but their women. That's a whole different segment. We'll be here all night if we get into that rabbit hole.
That's called Booking 101.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, but like Walter mentioned earlier, NXT always had a good women's division, even during the Black and Gold era. It's just Vince screwed all that up, and it seems like they're going back to what they were before they became 2.0.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy to see. Maybe someday I will sit down and watch NXT.
I wish you would. I really wish you would, because
I really wish you'd watch Impact.
I believe in NXT the way you wish I would believe in Joe Hendry.
That's accurate. Yeah, that's 100% real.
That is legit. That is speaking from the heart. I believe in the NXT product that is presented to me every Tuesday, the way you and Noah wish I would believe in Joe Hendry. I am passionate about it. I think that the guys that are there are there. There's your diamonds in the rough like Carmelo Hayes, and then there's those guys that you can just tell are scratching the surface of their greatness, and they just need to find that X factor to make everything click for them. And the women are like leaps and bounds better than half, if not 75% of the main roster.
Yes.
Yeah. Trick Daddy has star written all over
Dolan, JC Jane, Thea Hale at 20 years old.
20, y'all.
Yeah, and she may very well end up defeating Piper Niven and Chelsea Green alongside JC to become the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions on Tuesday, since there are no more NXT Women's Tag titles.
Well, considering that Chase U won the
Chase
tag
U?
titles. Oh, sorry, Chase U. Sorry.
It's
won
like
the tag titles.
you got to get the Chase U.
Well, this is new to me, so yeah.
It's okay.
We'll get you there. We'll get you there. Yeah. Work in progress.
I do see them winning those tag titles. So we'll see what happens.
There you go. I mean, Blair Davenport, Roxanne Perez, Cora Jade when she comes back. Just they have a solid women's division. Fallon Henley, Lola Vice, Kaylani Jordan. These girls that are just starting to bubble and really get their push with this breakout tournament. I really think that if you invested in it and didn't go into it, I think the biggest problem is people that knew the Black and Gold era go into it and try to compare it to the Black and Gold era. And you gotta not do that, because it's a completely different product.
Yes.
I wasn't watching during the Black and Gold era. I've seen 4 DVDs that were strictly about the Black and Gold era, and I can see why people like Noah adore the Black and Gold era. But I was exposed to 2.0 and then this rebrand first.
Yes.
So I kind of am a little bit more sentimental to this than I am the Black and Gold. Just like those that were exposed to Black and Gold hold that closer to their hearts than they do this. But I think if you can go into it with a clear mind and not compare, that you'll be really impressed by the product these kids are putting on.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's not that I would compare the product. I know that today's NXT will never be Black and Gold NXT. That's fine. That's not my the reason why I don't watch it. I just don't watch it because I would be watching wrestling the entire week. It's nice to have a data myself, but from what I've seen, it does. From some of the few matches that I've seen, it does look interesting. But I just have to find it in my schedule to actually like sit down and watch it. When I was out with my foot injury back in June, I tried watching it, but I ended up taking a nap instead. Not that it was boring. Not that I thought NXT was boring. It's just that the pain medication, knocked me out.
Right.
And
Amen, Zero Mucker Feather, when you're trying to do binge watch, not a good idea, not a good combination. No.
Yeah, and then to top it off, like my computer was not allowing me to watch NXT. It was like
a lot of factors involved there. Yeah,
and that's
I had to watch it on my phone.
And the reason you gave is the reason why I don't watch Impact. It's my one day a week where I don't watch wrestling.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm already watching the two major companies. Why would I not watch something that one of those companies is putting on to watch something from a different company?
Don't get me wrong. Like
I've said to Jeff in private, and I'll go ahead and state it now to y'all and the 20 people watching. Depending on what happens with Hard to Kill, with the reversion back to TNA wrestling, I very well might start watching Impact going forward from that point, because I feel like the rebranding would be a good starting point to jump into things going forward.
If they impress me,
like
I
the
will
start
too.
of a new book.
There you go.
Hard to Kill will be the closing of the book on one and the opening of a whole new book. I feel like that would be a good point to jump in there and start.
Exactly,
and even
how I
more
feel.
so if we make the Vegas road trip we're talking about.
I was gonna say that's what I'm doing the intro if we do it. I'll tell you that right now. I'm using that verbiage. I'm stealing the shit out of that. That's good stuff.
You're right on the money with that, because that's how I feel too. Like I might start watching it weekly and subscribe if they impress me.
I feel like it's getting to the point for me where I kind of feel like I should at least, if I can't catch the East Coast airing of NXT, at least try to watch the West Coast airing, because like sometimes like you guys talk, especially when you guys talk about NXT, I feel so lost sometimes. It's like I don't know who these people. I mean, I've heard of some of these people, but a lot of them is like, oh, what are you talking about? I don't know who these people are. And especially because I do cover pro wrestling, I should know what happens in NXT. So I'm gonna try to make an effort to start watching.
Yeah, I mean that way at the very least when the draft comes up next year, any call-ups you know who these people are, like Dragon Lee, who recently joined SmackDown, came from NXT. Cameron Grimes, Alba Fire, Isla Dawn, Caden Carter, Katana Chance, JD McDonough. All these people that have recently been brought up, Zoe Stark, all come from the NXT brand. And likewise, NXT has gotten an injection of main roster talent. Dijak is back down there. Baron Corbin is back down there.
Apollo Crews went down there for a little bit.
Yeah, you've got these guys going back down there to kind of like try to reinvigorate their careers because they weren't doing shit on the main roster.
Ziggler for a while there.
And now you can have them down there revitalizing their career while helping the new talent. You've had Dirty Dom down there as the North American champion.
We had Judgment Day appear there, often with Dom. We've had Cena there on the Tuesday show. We had the goddamn Undertaker. I mean, that was a one-off, and I understand that, but still. Go ahead.
Can I say something else? Like I mentioned during the Tuesday Night War thing, like watching that episode of NXT, just the opening, it didn't stick out to me because it opened the same way Raw or SmackDown would open: a promo, interruption, set up a match. And I felt like, okay, if I'm going to be watching it, you need to do something to grab my attention right away. That didn't grab my attention. If I would have watched that live, I would have just changed it back to Dynamite.
If I may counterpoint, normally their shows don't start like that.
Yeah.
You have to keep in mind and think about it from this aspect. Cody Rhodes started the show firing shots at his old company.
Yes.
The first thing people saw on NXT was one of the founding fathers of AEW cutting a promo on NXT.
Right.
that's the way to look at it. And then on the same show, Jade Cargill made her first appearance on the NXT brand, and we got the first video package for Brian Pillman Jr., now Lexis Keene. 3 former AEW talents featured across that show.
Yes.
That was the thought process behind it.
I get that, but I just feel like you're starting the same way you would Raw and SmackDown, at least in my opinion. You know, I already see enough of that on Raw and SmackDown.
Well, to kind of piggyback off JJ's counter, you have to remember something. NXT was treating it like it was any other night. You know, it was just because they're always on Tuesdays. You know, so they're trying to nonchalantly, oh, it's just another Tuesday for us, brother. But you know, they realize that NXT, the hell's AEW is there. Two folks in the damn voice can't pay attention what the hell letters I'm saying. So they were trying to act nonchalant, but at the same time, you've got Cody Rhodes in the middle of the ring cutting a promo like you would on Monday night. So they were trying to find the balance that makes any sense. I was going to take my turn on the lady question, but Walter had his hand up. Yeah.
Go ahead, Walter.
I just wanted to add, and I love how they kind of dangling the carrot of there, and they're showing her these little teases, and even using her on NXT as a tease, even though we know she won't be there. But like dangling that carrot just makes you pay attention to the women's division in total.
Absolutely, yep. But you know what though? Using her, she may well end up there. We don't know.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I don't think she will.
I thought she was going to Raw.
Honestly, I think they're just going to be using her like this for maybe for the rest of the year. Just keep popping up randomly on the brands.
Yeah. I think she's already training at the Performance Center, so they're like, hey, we might as well put you in front of the camera. That's what I think it is.
At the end of the day, she was in the Big Giant Throne during Halloween Havoc, so she had more of a presence than she has on Raw or SmackDown just by that setup alone. Right, and JJ's point is accurate. They need to leverage us to this, and I'll elaborate by saying my answer. Yes, NXT is definitely the number 2 women's division across the brands of wrestling. Right, here's the other thing with that. WWE, as much as we lampoon the women's divisions, they still have set storylines that are in place that are going to be a pain in the ass to break into until at least after next Saturday. With Crown Jewel, they got to get the title matches done. They got to figure out, okay, we're going to have Io going forward or Bianca. Are we going to have Rhea losing the 5-way and re-challenge for it? It's like, what are we going to do? Having Jay just pop up and go, yeah, hi, still here is perfect to keep her involved without actually going, okay, she's going to face a champion. So that's brilliant booking. Having her on the throne in NXT, she's like, yeah, this development, I'm already above this bullshit. So I'm going to sit here on my throne and look all high and mighty, and it's fucking brilliant. Now, as far as JJ going down the rabbit hole about timeless Tony Storm, unlike Tony, we are not timeless. We got a time crunch here, so we got to not get on that bullshit this week. Save it for the Tuesday show. Actually, it'll be your Thursday show. I co-sign with that, JJ. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool thought process there. Yes, NXT is definitely number 2 by a lot. And to the points that have been made here, NXT had the best women's wrestling in WWE during the Triple H led NXT, or the Black and Gold as we've been calling it. I find it ironic, almost funny, but kind of like funny, stupid, like Adam Sandler, stupid funny, right? That the Triple H led main roster, they're faltering a bit. Whether or not Vince is involved, it's very telling that whoever's running NXT, be it Triple H, be it his friend who led him along in the business, Shawn Michaels, I think the reason they're the number 2 is because the women, the girls, if I'm being honest, the young ladies, because they're all young, they're all younger than all of us, I think, at this point, have that hunger, have that fire, have that I want to be on Raw, I want to be on SmackDown, and they're not. Impact / TNA has that mix of the ladies that have been there and want to prove they still belong there. Mickie James, Trinity, maybe Mercedes Moné. We've been hearing about that a lot from Scott D'Amore here the last couple of weeks or so. Combined with the women that have not been on that big old stage, Deonna Purrazzo, Giselle Shaw, the women like that don't necessarily want to leave Impact or TNA, but they still haven't been able to be on the big everybody's seen me stage like WWE and to a lesser extent AEW. And for the record, I think AEW is the number 2 women's division, but the wrong kind of number 2. You know what I'm saying? Because it's being booked like shit. Yeah. Tony's a great example of that. But again, he and I went back and forth on that. I forget whether it was privately or not, but the whole Noah Foster video we saw with the music behind the silent film, that's the way they should be showing it, and they're drawing people in with it. But on the whole, the women's division AEW has faltered significantly. They should be showcased like the NXT women are showcased. Like you said, JJ, 23 different women showcased across 8 segments of NXT. Hell, this week alone, not an AEW pay-per-view we're doing watch along for. We're doing Halloween Havoc, which is NXT. We're doing Turning Point, which is Impact / TNA, and we're doing Crown Jewel. A third of the 21 more than a third of the 21 matches we're going to be covering this week feature the women of wrestling. And a good chunk of them are either title matches or have title implications, like the breakout tournament final we're going to see Tuesday night. I think it's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, it is.
Whereas by sheer contrast, yes, we have the program with Toni Storm facing the women's champion, whoever that's going to be, coming up in Inglewood, where this lady's going to be on the ground for us doing the on the spot correspondence. While JJ and I lament the fact that our asses aren't there because I was counting on Disney, the Musca Mafia sons of... Anyway.
Try to submit an email, see if she can get a press pass to go to the media scrum.
I would love to be able to sit in that room just to glare. Anyway, not going to glare, not going to cause a trouble with the forum. I'm already going to be in Inglewood as it is. If I do go, that's a bad idea on multiple levels. Yeah, multiple levels of bad news there. Plus, this is my home away from home. If I get kicked out of there, it's going to be... You
guys aren't going for Collision?
I mean, we might go. You know what? That's still a couple weeks away. The finances got to be there, brother. We'll see how it goes.
I got the combo ticket, so I'm going to both Collision and Collision, Rampage, and Full Gear, and I'm going to be in the exact same section and seat for both.
Look at the highballer over here, going to Collision, going to Full Gear, talking about going to Vegas
and just watch along. We're going to be
doing
the Friday Night War call.
Yes,
so tell us the big ball. You're the big baller over here, then.
That's right. She's the big baller. She's going to be. But you know what's cool about that, though, Walter? What's cool about that is she's going to be the big baller, but she's also going to be on the ground for us both nights. While JJ and Noah are calling NXT. I'm sorry. What you call it? SmackDown. SmackDown, and you're calling it, what is it? Rampage or Collision that night?
Both.
But Jesus Christ, we're going to be up all night again. Yeah. Double nights of, oh my God, no sleep. I dig it the most. God. By the way, the reason Randy can do this because this is actually how he sounds. He's not throwing his voice. He's talking this all the time, so this is gonna hurt like a sumbitch in the morning. Anyway, I've heard Randy talk to
him on the No DQ review because his voice will be hurting too much.
Well, luckily for me, there's no review tomorrow. The review will be next week because the misses of the Riffs is going to be, they're doing the birthday and the anniversary and all the celebrations, and Halloween's one of their favorite days. So they're taking a well-deserved break. I dig that shit the most.
All the holidays. No, I'm just kidding.
And the damn watch. But we digress. Buy the shirt. We know JJ did. Dig it.
I want to add something. I want to add something about AEW's women. Yes. You would think, with the chance that they had with all former WWE's women that they screwed up, that they would reach down and pull them from where they were buried by WWE, but instead they reached down, and with the exception of Saraya, she's the only one they're booking pretty well. They reached down and pretty much put their hand like this and left them down there, like, because everybody who they could have pulled up from what WWE buried, they pretty much left in the grave.
And then they elevate Saraya, and then they have her lose in a random ass match.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like again, AEW's women's division is number 2, but for the wrong reason. They're booked like shit. Yeah. It's terrible. But yeah, I am so glad that me and JJ and everybody cultivating this multiverse of media and doing these watch-alongs and choosing to feature Impact Wrestling has got me back into wanting to watch on Thursday nights. You know, Tilla talks about not watching NXT on Tuesday. That's her one night. JJ talks about not watching Impact. That's his one night. Noah and I are crazy people. We watch wrestling all 7 days a week. We watch it all day if we could. If we didn't have to actually do the work thing,
Noah's watching wrestling while we're doing open mic night.
Noah's watching wrestling while the rest of us are doing the show, and that's cool by me. You know why? Because we get the random ass clips, and James can work with them, manipulate them, and twist them around, and we get CDs like we're gonna have come out at the end of the year that are just gonna showcase all the Noah, and the botches. Yeah, dig it.
We get the wrestling Tourette.
We get the wrestling Tourette's feature therein, along with the karaoke. Yeah, we get the Disney and the slow jams, and Noah's that cream that rises to the top, cream of the crop. Yeah,
Jeff.
Yes, sir.
You're getting a little bit carried away on the Moch thing. We still haven't even had Noah talk on this topic.
Well, I wanted to make sure he was given an opportunity to watch what he's watching because he hasn't been able. I want to make sure he gets the focus. Yeah, I want to make sure. I also want to make sure he saves his voice. Because I know in 3 weeks' time, there'll be no saving of his voice whatsoever because back-to-back nights, all the calls, all the singing. Yeah.
You can see the light from his headset.
Noah, what are your thoughts on this topic, good sir?
There's no denying how far NXT has come with their women's division since going away from Skittles to white and gold. I don't really look at the past. I look always towards the future. NXT definitely has a great women's division going for them. I mean, again, we called 4 women's matches and a total of 23 women, 8 that were in action, of course, last week on NXT. Of course, Impact Wrestling, you figure about what they do with the Knockouts, Tag Team Championships, the World Championship, the Grudge matches going on there. Jordan Grace making history. Ring of Honor, of course, has several women's matches. The main story right now with Athena and her minion, Billy Starks. AEW right now trying to create something with Tony Storm, Sky Blue, Julia Hart. So everybody's definitely trying to do something, but I think that AEW should definitely be further than what they have become or where they are at right now. But at least now it seems like there is some developments with both titles, which is what I can also appreciate. Raw and SmackDown learned something. Clusterfuck 5-women match at a freaking glorified house show, and then you got freaking Io Sky, Charlotte Flair, and Bianca Belair trinity going on, and hopefully something will give there. And all those names that JJ talked about that went from his NXT to the main roster, they're stuck in catering. Good for them. There's no denying though that NXT has come extremely far, and hopefully what NXT is doing, they try and actually apply to Raw and SmackDown because the potential is there. It's like I say with all the companies, AEW has potential. They need to hone it. It looks like at least now they're trying to do something with Sky Blue and Julia Hart. I can appreciate that. Impact Wrestling still a standard bearer thanks to the trailblazers like Gail Kim, Awesome Kong, and Mickie James leading the division right now with Kylan King, Deonna Purrazzo, Jordan Grace, just to name a few, to Shell Shop. NXT with an incredible, originally grown, rising, hungry crop from the NIL program and even a few from the independents. So, they have the actual experience there. I definitely give credit's due with what they have craft. So hopefully Raw and SmackDown will give it the times. But yeah, there's no denying right now that I can actually appreciate what the NXT White and Gold has done with the aspect and the showcase of women's wrestling. They're number 2, but you still have a bit of a way to go if you're ever going to have me call you number 1. But hopefully one day I can call AEW back again in the number 2 spot because I do think that potential is there. It just needs to be better represented, booked, and, of course, showcase. Devon Driver, Tamatanga! As I go back to the Never Blade Championship. Anyway, as you were. Supreme Flow, cover, hooking the near leg to retain. No!
I missed who had their hand up first, Walter or Jeff?
I just want to ask each of you a question on the top. Is there a woman out there that you guys feel like, I don't know necessarily if underrated is the word, but maybe just don't feel like they get the credit they deserve for what they do? Because like for TNA, for me, it's Velvet Sky. I don't think people don't appreciate her enough for everything she did. Velvet Sky was like one of the originators there, and I like a lot of things she do, and people don't give a lot of the women credit. Like she could be the Miz of the women's division. She did everything right, and people just don't appreciate it.
It's an interesting question.
Yeah, I would say Velvet would get a lot more credit if they pulled the trigger on her turning babyface a lot sooner and had her wrestle for longer in TNA and she hadn't got hurt and therefore was, for lack of a better term, because I know she doesn't feel this way about it, but relegated to the commentary on NWA. Because I know she enjoys being with the NWA. She loves the hell out of her job right now. It's just a matter of I think she had a lot more to give, but she fell into the same category as her buddy Lizzie Valentine. Got the look, got the youth, just didn't have the bodily harm not rack up on her real quick. Velvet's definitely in that talk. Honestly, people are going to be like, what the hell? Because she does get all the credit from the company. I truthfully believe that people hate on Charlotte for all the wrong reasons. I personally, it's just my opinion, don't think that Charlotte is pulling that Hogan nonsense or that, NWO nonsense where she's politicking herself to be in that spot. She's the fail-safe. She's the fallback. When in doubt, she's reliable. She's there. Put the title on her. She'll carry it for a bit till we figure out what we're going to do with our damn selves. And I think that that's unfair to heap that on Ashley. I think it's not the right people being criticized. Please heap the shit on Vince McMahon, Triple H, whoever's making that call. I think she's underappreciated. As much as she's overhyped, I still think she's underappreciated by the fans for those reasons. But going back to what you're about as far as people that came, from the past that are not appreciated either in their time or retrospectively, my goodness. A lot of the women from the Attitude Era, I think, get that label. And JJ, I'll go ahead and let you go because there's so many people I can answer with. But
I feel like the name I'm going to throw in falls into the past and the present because she's been with the company for pushing 20 years.
Go ahead,
Natalya.
6. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, Natty, absolutely.
Natalya does not get the credit she deserves.
No. Nope.
Period.
No.
Babyface, heel, manager.
Nope.
In-ring ability.
Yeah.
If there's anybody on the current roster that should have 14 women's championships like Charlotte does.
Yes.
It's Natalya.
No, I agree with that.
Agree.
Yeah, 100%.
She survived a farting character for
no, she has survived.
Remember that?
Yeah. It
Don't be
is
a bully, be a star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Piggy James.
Yeah, I was gonna say Piggy James in the same era.
bully,
Yeah.
be a star. Natalya Farts.
Oh. Jay, you are 100%. You know what? I revoke my Charlotte as the number one person. I said Velvet because I agree with Walter, but yeah, appreciated in her time or any time. And you know how I know it's still the case? Because Natty, even now, she's getting a little bit more of the serious recognition and TV time and whatnot. But if you go and look at her Instagram post, or either her Instagram or her Twitter, I forget where or her X, whatever the hell, wherever she posts it, whenever she's not on the road or at a WWE show, she is down in that new dungeon, all the time. Training along with TJ, training these new guys and gals, or the people that just want to come down there and get extra work in, or get work to, or get like they earn TV time, the time they've earned. And I think Natty's a great answer. Velvet's a great answer too, Walter. Tatilla, what do you think?
Yeah.
I agree about Natty. I feel like another person that's underrated or doesn't get the appreciation, at least from WWE, is Victoria.
Yes. Oh my God.
I feel like from her era, it's always Trish and Lita this, Trish and Lita that. But I feel like Victoria just doesn't get enough credit. I mean, she worked that crazy psycho gimmick for really well.
She sure did.
So I just feel like she just they overlook her a lot when they talk about women. So
no
disrespect to Lita. No disrespect to them at all. No.
I was going to say Trish because she's still actively involved, but people just universally love her. Yeah, her promos this last run were what they were, but she's the greatest of all time. Said it and I mean it, and I feel she always will be. Noah, what about you, sir? underappreciated in their time or in the modern time with the women.
There's a reason why you and I are Team TNA. You took the one right away from me. Absolutely, Tara /Victoria. She was definitely the one that broke the mold when it came to something being more than a diva, as well as a powerhouse. Whether she was that broken gimmick or a cycle on the rise that dominated as champion. The first one that came to my mind, besides Natalya, definitely Victoria.
Yeah, and again, going back to Natty, twice this year, you read the comments, it's not just the girls from Stardom coming in. Seriously, I kid you not. Yes, Natty and her sister are great follows on Instagram for all the reasons we talk about after hours, right? But you watch the clips she has in her story in the dungeon every single week, and I'm talking the new dungeon, the one they have down there at their place in Florida. They are constantly in the ring with everybody, male and female, and they have that passion that Owen to an extent really didn't, because we all know he was going to retire and be a fireman, but that Owen and Brett and Jim and Davey and the brothers and Stu all had, but with the modern technology to pull off a facility without banging your head on freaking basement pipes, which I think is so cool that they've got that set up down there. And they held the Macho Voice. I'm done with this shit. It just hurts you damn much. And I really want to make this point because it's valid. I have always been so impressed with how Natalie has put up with the bullshit that the company's thrown at her. Yeah. And still soldiered through like it wasn't affecting her, because on some levels it had to have been. Right.
Of course.
I mean, we're all human beings here. We all understand that it's thing. And again, all the women you see on the roster now have that unbelievable benefit. They have Natty still on the road with them. They have Nora, Molly Holly as a producer. God damn, if that's not a benefit and a half. My God. They have the ability to talk to Trish when she's there with them. The ability to talk to Lita when she's on the road with them. The women of WWE today have so much going for them except main roster booking. That's really what is hindering them at this point.
And people are a lot less selfish about their spot on the roster than back in the day. And back in the day, everybody was just, it's about me. It's not enough TV. It's not enough this. It's not enough that. So,
well, remember, Walter, back in the day, if you want to consider back in the day prior to, we'll call it prior to Ruthless Aggression, because there were a lot of women showcased, not maybe equally, but they were still showcased pretty well. Prior to that, it was Sable, Jacqueline, and the men.
Pretty much.
I mean, that's really what it was until about 99, 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why they brought the title back. Okay, we've got Sable, who's this juggernaut. We've got Jackie, who they can fight for the next 6 months, and people will be pacified because they've got a women's match. But then, Ivory, Tori, Luna came back for a little bit. They started bringing more of them in and realized they had a division. And when Joni left, or Joni was fired, depending on which side you ask of, that's their story, Lord Almighty. They had that 6-pack challenge Survivor Series. That's when we saw it's like, okay, we have a division on our hands here.
Another one? Kelly. He was this pretty face cheerleader. She pretty much was brought there to be a pretty face diva, and she kind of did, not on the level of Trish, please don't put words in my mouth, but she did the Trish thing and shocked everybody and could actually go for a while. And
I would give that to the Bellas.
Yes.
Not Kelly.
Yeah. I would say both Barb and Candice Michelle got put into a situation that they weren't ready for, and both of them did improve drastically. Yeah. But the Bellas improved the most because they were already athletic going in. They had that athletic background in high school and college. They tried out to be WWE superstars, and they just happened to take the Diva Search route. Yes. Yeah. But rather than rest on it, they improved. Big time.
Layla improved too.
Layla did improve, but she wasn't given the time, or she didn't choose to take the time once she was given it. Because honestly, once they partnered her up with Michelle and put, again, all due respect to Michelle McCool now, we're not getting our ass kicked. But prior to that, once they put the Michelle stank on her, Layla, she couldn't wash it off once Michelle left. And she was doomed to fail from that point. And she was gone within, what, a year? 2?
Mm-hmm.
Like she had the opportunity with Regal, but then Regal got busted for his policy violation, and that was it.
Yeah. Once she and Michelle partnered up and then Michelle left, she remained snake bit the entire rest of the way.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's one of those. Do you blame the company? Do you blame her? Do you blame her? Was her heart not in it? I haven't talked to her since she left WWE, so I don't know. But I think she would have been more appreciated had the Lay Cool stank not been laid on her. Especially in the household I was living in, because Lay Cool wasn't exactly a popular situation, the place I was living during their run, if we're being real. It's, and again, taking Natty seriously based on the booking is not what we're talking about, unfortunately. What we're talking about is the fans appreciating the talent themselves. I think if Natalie were able to pick Nikki in just a regular situation, yeah, but Natalya, the character, picking Nikki Cross, the character, that came off looking like Natty's an idiot. Again, they're not booking her right.
Well, I think Natty was trying to do what Becky was doing as NXT champion.
Right.
Was trying to help get some of these people in the spotlight that haven't had spotlight lately. When was the last time you saw Nikki Cross on TV?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and so they got her in a spot, but they've got Nikki Cross with this goofy gimmick right now where it's like, what's going on with her?
Again, just a mindless zombie.
Just like how she teamed with Tegan Knox the week prior.
Right.
You know, just like how she's been seen backstage vignettes with Katana Chance and Kaden Carter. They're trying to get these women that aren't really on TV a whole lot some TV time by putting them with Natty, getting some of that, Grayson Waller rub, if you will, that Natalya rub.
Yeah.
And it's just the match in itself and the way Nikki is being presented made Natalya look like an idiot.
Exactly. Like I said, the main roster women, Raw and SmackDown women, have everything going for them except the booking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they are all so damn talented. How long before we stopped touting the greatness of Rhea Ripley after that WrestleMania match she had with Charlotte? And now we're sitting here. It's going to be November. That match was in early April. She's been the champion since then. And now we're talking about she's probably going to lose the title next Saturday, just to change things up. And again,
sorry.
I was going to say, I was going off the chat room. Once they took the superhero thing away from Nikki and reverted back to Nikki Cross, great, she's going to be your old self, and it's just gotten worse.
They did nothing with it.
Yeah. Again, they pull these storyline triggers, and then they don't completely compress the trigger to get the full release of the barrel. They just okay. Maybe I want to. Just kidding.
All they did was put
have some balls. Pull the goddamn trigger.
All they did was put Superman back in the phone booth and hit rewind, and he just
yeah,
exactly. That's all they did.
Yeah, and unless you're in the Lois and Clark universe, Clark Kent's not the dominant personality here.
Exactly,
so, that's just what it is. So yeah, there's a lot for improvement, no doubt about it. There definitely is room for improvement on the main roster. The women in NXT, which is what we were talking about when we got on this side topic. Great topic, by the way, Walter. Good little side topic. I appreciate that. Women in NXT have had that ability to just do their own thing with a little bit of nudge from Shawn. And that's what it needs to be. That's why it works well when Triple H did it. That's why it worked well when Triple H was booking the main roster and did it. They just need to focus the entire company the same way. If they're training these women in NXT, if they're developing them to be on the main roster, then let them be the way they were in NXT when they come up to the main roster. That has been the biggest thing on both sides of the gender pool. Unbelievable developing stars in NXT, and they get those red and blue shirts on and they turn to crap. That's been a problem since the beginning, if I'm being honest. That's why it was such a big thing when NXT was featured at Survivor Series. We get to see all three brands at once. NXT whooped that ass. Because they could, because they were the better brand. And now we're back to praying to God. Everybody goes the Gargano Ciampa route. Don't call him up. Don't call him up. Because again, people like Isla and Alba, what have they done since getting called up and dropping the tag titles in the unification match to one person who retired yet had a match last week and another person who might win a championship on Saturday?
Not
Where the devil
jack
Isla and Alba
shit.
since then? 3 words: Jack and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they are too damn talented to be doing Jack and shit with them. Hell, it's Halloween Havoc. Bring them back down, goddammit.
I forgot about them till they were in some backstage segment the other day. Like
I'm saying, that's the problem. That's the problem. Isla and Alba would fit in. Hell, they could be the counteracting to, oh god, Shotzi and Scarlett hosting this thing. Again, it's not hard to book, and in this case, it's not hard to finance. They're already on the under goddamn contract. Anyway,
we did get a $5 super sticker from Catherine that went to your channel, Jeff.
It is good to see Kat in the chat room. Yeah. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate that very much. But make sure we spread the love around, kids. JJ is monetized too.
Nice little impromptu topic.
Always, always appreciate
it, Walter.
Yeah, we've been teasing the idea of the state of women's wrestling and the presentation and the outlook and the showcase for how many weeks now, JJ? So I'm glad we're finally bringing it ahead. By the way, congratulations to Shingo Takagi, new neverweight champion. He beat Tama Tonga.
Wow, that's big for him. Cool.
Sticker to you, Jeff.
Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate that, Kat. Just again, JJ2. JJ2. Love you, Kat. Always love you. Wish you'd come visit more, and I wish I could go visit more. But yeah, go. Wait, hang on.
We're gonna take another commercial. When we come back, we're gonna discuss our main event topic, and we will have El Renegado de la Lucha Libre.
Woohoo!
Stay tuned.
All right.
Hello, pals. Alyssa Marino here, and as a friend of Parker Kane Promotions, I am super excited to share the awesomeness that they've got in store for you this November at WrestleCade. You'll be seeing the world-traveling Capital Championship Wrestling Global Fighting Champ Rebecca J. Scott, a rising star who's been featured on Ladies Night Out, MCW, and more, the stunner Emily J., an internationally traveled talent who you've seen on NXT UK and Stardom, Angel of the Ring Zaya Brookside, and NWA World Women's Tag Team Champion Chicago's sweetheart Missa Kate will also be appearing live. It's all going down WrestleCade weekend in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can catch these stars brought to you by Parker Kane Promotions on Saturday, November 25th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And be sure to stick around for Ladies Night Out the following day on Sunday, November 26th. You can get your WrestleCade weekend tickets at WrestleCade.com.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Beecham Network Multiverse of Media has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the Stat Boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. his partner in crime, Dory Lou, and a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa E18 Studios presents Staten Roy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show.
We are back here across the multiverse as we get into our main event topic here this evening.
All right.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So our main event for the evening, World's End, was added to the AEW pay-per-view schedule, bringing the number of AEW pay-per-views to 8 in 2023.
Yes!
Will they add 4 more in 2024 and make it a monthly thing? Plus, WWE announced the Bash in Berlin coming in August of 2024, and Backlash is rumored to be in Paris, France next year. Is Triple H finally making WWE the quote-unquote global juggernaut that they have always claimed to be? I'm going to throw it to Tatilla to go first here.
I think Triple H is finally turning into WWE into that global company that they've always claimed to be, like you said. Sorry about my dog.
She must agree.
Yeah, she probably does agree. Whatchamacallit? I'm actually looking forward to more of these international shows. Watching these international crowds over the last couple of shows that they've done, the international crowds have been freaking phenomenal. It's because they don't get enough of these shows. So they're hype, and I cannot wait for more internationals. As far as AEW is concerned, them adding World's End, I could see them maybe adding a pay-per-view once a month, as long as it's like, time to book each pay-per-view, because like you don't want to have an all-in, all-out situation where they're just like a week apart. So, and if that's going to keep happening, they really need to go to a streaming service, because if they're going to add more pay-per-views, that's $50 you're spending on each pay-per-view, unless you go to the show. So
you can probably spend more when you go to a show.
That's true. That's true. But I'm just saying, like, not everybody can afford to pay $50 per show.
Exactly. That's why I think the streaming deal would be so good for them if they can work it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. I think so too, because you just pay a set amount like Peacock. You pay $9.99 to get all the WWE pay-per-views.
And even if they just want to make the special ones, $50, pay-per-views, your Forbidden Doors, your Wrestle Dreams, those I could understand paying $50 for, your all-ins. But the regular Revolutions, Double or Nothings, nah, that needs to be part of the streaming service, in my opinion.
I agree. Because, like I said, not everybody, especially with how the economy is right now, I'm sure not everybody could afford to pay $50 per show.
They'll figure it out.
Yeah, so.
People want to do stupid shit with money.
I am thankful right now that most streaming sites, allow up to a certain amount of people to watch for the pay point, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to see some of the pay-per-views we cover.
Yeah, Bleacher, you go half and half with the friend, and both of you guys can watch on one account.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know about Fight TV, but I know Bleacher does that. And
Fight
I know.
TV is similar. Fight TV allows a certain amount of people to watch for the price point as well.
Okay.
Every of those streaming services do, I think.
It's usually at least 2 can do it. Sometimes they'll let up to 3 do it. It's usually not too much more than that, though.
Oh, okay.
But we've been very lucky in our multiverse where some of us will pay for the thing and others of us can watch it without, having to worry about it affecting our pocketbooks too terribly much.
Yeah, I did that with my friend. We took turns buying the AEW pay-per-views, so it wouldn't affect me so much either. So I did that.
Do that here.
You're muted, Jeff.
I'm just saying, luckily I discarded the Peacock app had lapsed, or we would have been in trouble for Crown Jewel.
Right.
So luckily I figured it out this morning as I was trying to watch Nitro and went,
Did you see my message in the private chat, sir?
I think I did, but I will go
I'm
look
gonna
again.
need you to run the comments for right now.
I did not see that, but I will. Okay, good point. Very good. Yes, I got it.
One of the downsides of El Renegado de la Lucha Libre is I have to take my glasses off, so I'm blind as a bat.
See.
Yeah, I can't see through the Cuphead coin eyes or whatever they are. I think the eyes are supposed to be the coins.
And remember, people, we're $15 away from me to have to wear this for the last segment as well, the shills. So if we get $15 in super chats to my channel, not Jeff's channel, but my channel, I will keep El Renegado on for the shills portion as well.
Oh, Lord.
I wear glasses too, but I don't wear them on here because they reflect. And these are not my regular glasses. I have my anti-glare glasses in my.
I mean, I got my regular prescription glasses, and I got these glasses, of course.
But I don't. They reflect. That's why I don't wear my glasses.
Now that's what I call music, Noah.
Got it.
I wear
Noah,
my
that's what I call
sunglasses
Disney.
at night.
That's her cue, not mine.
But,
I'm not being super chat to sing Rema Corey Hart. I've done enough bullshit tonight.
No, that will be next year, and we'll get to that in the plugs.
Noah Heat.
But yeah, I mean, it's funny because originally Tony Khan talked about not wanting to overdo things, not wanting to have monthly pay-per-views.
Right.
And at this point, he's 4 shows away from doing it monthly.
I was going to say.
Hey, you
So
never
it's
deal
like,
with him. Never
at
deal
this
with him.
point, you may as well just pull the trigger and do it.
This day and age, you got to.
Especially if you're going to move to the streaming platform, because again, it's more exposure. You set the price point. Cinemax, I already have the Max app downloaded. We already subscribe to that. So even if it goes from whatever we pay monthly up, say they even bump it up an extra $10 to get the AEW stuff, I feel that's a fair thing, because we're paying, what is it, 10 or 15 for the Peacock with all the WWE stuff. So
$10.
11. They increased the price.
12 now. Yep.
So in any event, I feel like that's fine. You pay half the money for the Max stuff and you double it and get all the AEW stuff, especially if they're going to add their backlog, Dark, Elevation, Dynamites, past Rampages, Collisions going back to beginning of this year. I don't know about doing the Ring of Honor. Some people say keep the Honor Club separate. Some people say go ahead and throw it on the Max app with everything else that AEW owns. That's debatable. But at the very least, it would be cool to have all that content and then the pay-per-views from 2019 and beyond. I think it would be worth it. And then as far as WWE going more global, Berlin, Germany.
Yeah.
Like, yes, please.
When you
it's almost kind of weird to think that WWE hasn't done a show there yet.
At least on a premium show, no.
Yeah.
And you better have Gunther pretty much at the top of that card.
And then if they go to Paris for Backlash, Dude, come on. Bring back La Resistance for one night.
Well,
Sylvain Grenier, Rene Dupree, La Resistance.
Or just wait for the NXT special over there.
Let them take on
What
whoever
about
the
Rob
tag
Conway?
champions are at the time, just to have a one-off match.
Yeah, I would say Conway safer than Dupree. Dupree's a loose cannon these days. Yeah, it's funny to me as a longtime fan, Jay, and I think I've been a fan longer than anybody here. Maybe Walter. I don't know how long you've been a fan, Walter, but to think about what's up? What?
Since I was 5 or 6 years old.
Okay, so yeah, around the same time as me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy to think about the fact that even when we started watching, they had just gone into Canada for WrestleMania the previous year, right? Or that year, whatever it was. They had kind of been in the international market a little bit. They had SummerSlam at Wembley, which was a big friggin' deal at the time. And they had like occasional tours, but no major shows. Same with WCW, no major shows. ECW, I think, only got over there maybe once or twice. Same with the other companies, in the last couple of decades. But now we're talking about having signature shows in these locations. I never, in my wildest dreams, thought they would have a WWE pay-per-view premium event, whatever you want to call it, in the capital of Germany. That just blows my mind to think that's a thing. And sitting here at the end of year 4 for AEW, the end of year 4 for the Jeff Meacham Network, because we're going to celebrate that New Year's Eve. And knowing that we're looking at a very likely possibility of AEW going to monthly. I think of it good and bad. Yes, it's good because as we said during the comeback commercial, all the wrestling, always good to watch. And content on here is always good for me and JJ at the end of the day.
Ooh, yeah. Take it from
Yes.
your last gimmick there.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to use this gimmick too much because I'll be saying ho ho and I'll get letters or whatever. Olay, very good. Yes, very good. See.
Ole.
Got to get the people what they want.
There you go. Very good, sir. But the bad is, again, here's where Jeff picks on Tony for the week. We're not going to make the same mistakes Eric Bischoff did. Here's another one. Too much. Oversaturation. Too much. You're gonna deaden a already deadened product by overexposing the same people.
And out of 8 pay-per-views in a year, how many of them are going to be in Chicago?
Right, exactly. Oversaturating the talent into the television market, oversaturating the location you're in by God. We're calling another watch along in Chicago for AEW this next month on the 22nd.
Yep.
But I think
Dynamite.
Yeah,
I think after that they might after the whole Punk thing, they might kind of chill out with Chicago for a little bit. After this year.
They need to go into the Chicago City Council and put a big giant anti-AEW fence around the goddamn city.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dead ass serious. When I will find a way to raise the funds, freaking build the Trump walls. No, AEW out for like a year, at least a year, because it's ridiculous how often they've been there. And Punk,
5 or 6, one time for a pay-per-view.
And Punk has been advertised and not been there, or not been there for, or when he's been there, been a problem for the show.
Yes.
It's just bad business. But to the topic at hand, yes, AEW is going, like, if they don't at this point pull the trigger, then he's going to seem even more out of tune. Referring to Tony pronouns, pal. As far as WWE going global, I think they're there. We had a major event in London, Money in the Bank, however you want to define that. I mean, John Cena is a surprise during your show, pretty much a mega event for me at this point. Running a show in Paris, running a major gimmick show, however you want to define the Appointment Elimination Chamber in Australia, where, again, they're running it in their summer. It's going to be hot as a mucker feather down there with a no roof stadium. Good luck, boys and girls. if Rhea does win his championship, the belt's going to be fused to her waist. It's going to be so damn hot down there. No joke.
Do anything else with it?
Yeah, it's going to be a toasty chamber for all the wrong reasons. But Australia, Germany confirmed. Paris all but confirmed. You can't get much more global than that without sending them into a war zone. Oh, wait, you're going to Saudi on Saturday. That's right.
I was going to say the backlash this year in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
The UK.
But does Puerto Rico really count as international since it's part of the
It's a U.S. territory, I will give you, but it's outside of the continental U.S., so it's still looked at by a lot of people as an international market.
And it's not Canada.
We had that talk.
Okay.
We had that talk. I forget which call it was, but more than half of the shows going into that show had been outside of the continental.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still waiting for Mexico, WWE.
Yeah, me too. I'm still waiting for Mexico.
Because figure Rumble was in where was Rumble this year? Not Tampa next year. Where was it this year?
It was in Texas, wasn't it?
That's right, the Alamo Dome. I forgot about that. Of course, how can you forget the Alamo Dome? So yeah, Texas, which is like another country half the time if you ask the people down there. Jesus Christ, Republic of Texas. Y'all are part of the 50. Just chill out. It's okay. Montreal, LA, which is a whole other culture. Jesus Christ out here.
Legit.
And then Puerto Rico, and then London, and they were and the AEW. The business is going so much more global, and the global markets are getting the attention, which is so friggin' cool for those people that don't get that attention a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. People forget there is international wrestling without that big giant W label on.
Thanks.
And it's cool they're getting that market, but now they're getting that WWE wrestling in there, so that's awesome. Ireland, go to Ireland. Shoot, they had Clash at the Castle in Wales. So again, they've been in all the major markets that they can go into without causing international incidents at this point.
I mean, again, the speculation is up in the air. If it wasn't for Tyson Fury, you probably would have had a global conflict on your hands.
I mean, that's fair. And there's also, not too long ago, although when you think about it, yeah, it was 8 years ago. NXT or the show that was NXT and WWE booked in Tokyo. Where Lesnar, I think Lesnar was on the show. They had the Balor Owens match.
Beast in the East.
Beast in the East. That's
Beast
correct.
in the East. Thank you. Yeah, Brock's headliner. There you go. So they have been trying to get that reach out there. It just seems like it seems timely with the merger with Endeavor because UFC's been global for a hot minute now. Mm-hmm. But it's cool to know that. And you know what? I'll say it on the air. I've told literally anybody this. This was in my thought process when they announced the show in Germany. I seriously thought about reaching out to Big G and finding a color commentator or a play-by-play that could, call it and having German commentators for the Berlin show, having French commentators for the show in Paris. Not eliminate you and Noah, but have separate streams like WWE does. I thought that would have been so cool to try out, but then I thought it's going to be interesting to try. I'd be willing to try it though, because I think that as much as our fans dig our vibe, a lot of fans, and I was going through the numbers as I was doing this, a lot of our fans are watching from out of our language reach and having to read the subtitles like they're watching a soap opera as they scroll up the screen. It's a pain in the ass, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely something to think about, that if WWE, AEW, TNA are able to get that reach out there and establish, shows there on a regular basis, I am down for trying anything that is innovative or different than.
I mean,
and that's the
turning point in the UK.
I mean, luckily we don't do different languages for that show. Luckily, because if you speak English, I think we're okay for that show.
Unfortunately, though, it's on a week tape delay.
It is.
Yeah, it was taped yesterday.
I know, but we won't get it till next week.
Damn it!
It is. But again, I'm pulling the Noah Foster route when it comes to finding results on that. Nope, I'm gonna have it happen as it happens when these two yahoos were calling it. So I'm good. But it's cool. It's again, we say it almost every show. It's cool to be a wrestling fan again.
Absolutely. You know, I would argue that wrestling right now, and it may be a hot take, wrestling right now is bigger than it was in the Attitude Era.
Agree.
I agree too.
The ratings don't reflect it because the ratings are recorded differently than they were in 96, 97, 98, 99.
Right.
But between WWE, AEW, which is essentially WCW, I'm not saying that as an insult, just being real as far as placement goes.
Yeah.
Impact in the role of ECW. And then you factor in weekly NWA, weekly NXT, weekly Ring of Honor, plus some of the smaller promotions that get TV. You figure just about any indie federation can get a Fight TV showcase for their shows. Santino Brothers ran a show on Fight TV on Thursday. WOW Wrestling is on the air in certain markets. Like wrestling, I feel, is bigger now than it was then.
Damn right.
The product, depending on what you like or don't like, may or may not be better or worse than it was then.
Subject.
But you also have to figure it was completely different times.
Yeah.
Stuff that flew during the Attitude Era wouldn't fly today in the PC culture. There's no way Sean Waltman would get away with doing the blackface.
No way. No way.
No.
You can't get away with half the stuff
Like
in the
he
keyboard.
barely got away with it then, but it was able to get away with it because it was in parody and it was fun. Trying to do that today, 25 years later, oh no.
You probably couldn't get away with the crotch trot.
For real.
Yeah.
For real.
I'm actually really good.
So I would argue, and again, I appreciate that some of y'all agree with me, but it's definitely a hot take. Wrestling is better today as far as popularity and the business model as a whole than it was back then, and especially when you factor in the global reach.
Yep.
WWF and WCW had the global reach, but they weren't going to these places back then.
Nope.
You weren't seeing pay-per-views. You weren't seeing the Royal Rumble in Berlin, Germany. You weren't seeing WrestleMania in Puerto Rico. You were barely getting pay-per-views in Canada.
Yeah.
Especially after the screw job.
Oh, God. Yeah. The first pay-per-view that went after Montreal was Breakdown when they screwed Austin out of the title. Can we talk about just throwing Canada on the damn fire in that country? What a silly thing to do. But again, the market was hot. But to your point, Jay, outside of the two major companies and outside of Canada, it wasn't happening. There are so many companies now, like you said, you mentioned Fight TV. I never even heard of GCW until I saw them on the Fight menu looking for the order thing for, I think it was NWA. Never heard of them. And all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, they got some crazy stuff. Granted, XPW is back and running a pay-per-view in Van Nuys tomorrow night. Like XPW exists in 2023. Who the hell had that on their bingo card? I sure as shit didn't.
That bingo card is so multi-dimensional, not even a black hole can get rid of it.
Seriously, it's not a freaking bingo card. It's a Rubik's Cube at this point.
Yeah, some people play blackout bingo where you have to have every space on your card filled in order to get a bingo. With the way 2023 has been, we may as well be playing whiteout bingo because none of the shit is coming up on my card.
Seriously.
I haven't gotten a spot yet except for the free space.
Right? Yeah. It's
his reaction to that. That was
because it's accurate.
It really is. It's crazy too. And again, I remember our conversation, JJ, when I got hired at Disney a little over a year ago. All right, we're going to start scaling back. We're going to do less shit. We're working every fucking day on this shit now. Every day, sometimes all day at that. Shoot, Tuesday, we're going to drop dead.
But again, and I feel like we discuss this every time you bring that up, Jeff.
Yeah.
When you first said that, we didn't have the team in place where we could carry on without you.
Exactly.
Now we do.
Yep.
You know, we've got Noah, who's our anchor, who's willing to do just about anything, even if it means putting his dignity on the line for this show and this channel.
Oh boy.
We had, up until his hiatus, James, who was everything but WWE.
Yes.
You had me, who was WWE and NXT. So your commentary was on lockdown.
Yep.
Not the TNA pay-per-view. Then James took his hiatus. I stepped into the AEW role. Dattila came into the fold, stepped into the Impact role. I produce my own stuff. I produce dads when we need to. So I was able to fill in the production chair. You turned the reins of Open Mic Night over to me so that the Saturday Night Shenanigans could morph into what they are today.
Approaching episode 100,
You
by the
know?
way.
So when the conversation was first had, none of that was in play.
No.
And we've even got Walter, who is here on a regular basis now and is trying to bring coverage of UFC into the fold.
Yep.
And NWA back.
You're gonna say
You know,
volunteered to bring it to the NWA after tonight's show, yeah.
We've got James, who's now willing to come back and at least be a backup commentator.
Yes.
If for some reason I'm unable to do it for an AEW show, he's willing to at least step into the fold as a backup, something we didn't think would be 3 months ago when he started.
Yeah.
I almost said 6 months ago, but it wasn't that long. About 3 months.
Well, after Mania, it felt like it. If the conversation in the car is to be had,
Been a while.
But I mean, you know, it's everything is growing and thriving and succeeding, and a lot of that has to do with the current state of the business.
It does.
It's. I don't think we'd have this many people interested in covering the business if the business wasn't where it is today. You
No, I
might
agree.
have Noah, who's just a madman for all of the wrestling, all the professional wrestling.
And sports entertainment.
He covers sports entertainment.
Yeah, but to that point, a year ago, Noah could give a fuck all about sports entertainment.
Even NXT, yeah. That's true.
He commented WWE because, if we're being real, he felt like he had to for Jeff.
Yes.
It wasn't until I sat next to him that he got his passion back for WWE.
WWE, yes.
And I'm not trying to Arn Anderson toot my own horn because he said that to me himself. I'm just repeating his words to everyone.
Even if I still think some people there are overrated, but I digress.
I still think WrestleMania last year in Texas and you guys all being on screen and being a part of the Austin Owens thing was a turning point for everybody. It really was.
I will agree to that.
Because that was just too fucking cool for school.
Oh, I always knew you guys last year.
You can do a JR call and say Stone Cold, and James does Austin versus Austin, and 1 year later I'm saying, "Fuck you, Roman
Yeah,
Reigns."
I mean, yeah.
WrestleMania.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm sorry, JD, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you were talking. I started to step over you. Go ahead.
It's one of those.
I can't really see right now, so
No, you're good. I've got a calendar situation in December, for example. Thanks to Scott D'Amore and his crazy ass self, we've now got Deadline and a Final Resolution on the same night, as Attila pointed out to us in the chat. That's Saturday. Doing this show is going to be a pain in the ass. So it's like, why not do it Sunday? Well, because no DQ runs on Sunday. Okay, they run at 8 o'clock Eastern. We can run at 8 o'clock Pacific. I don't feel any hesitation about, screw it, let's do that. I wouldn't have said that a year ago or 2 years ago.
Nope.
You know, having the idea of, damn, we gotta call a show on the 30th of December that it moves what might not have to. No, we just combine the Open Mic Night clip show shenanigans with the anniversary of the Jeff Meacham Network. It was a moment of conversation. Then, like, shit, let's just do it.
There you go.
I mean, it was really that simple compared to when I when I started expanding this, and we all came together, it was like it was sweating everything. I don't have to sweat it now, and it's wonderful. And like you said, to bring it back to the topic, a big part of that is because the business is thriving. We talk about it all the time on No DQ. Creative is what it is across the board, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Not every company has a solid entire show of banging creative.
No.
Not every company has a solid full show of banging matches.
No.
But business is so good that you can watch a good chunk of each show, find something you like, that our commentary teams don't have a problem with dealing with the crap as long as there's good to sift through it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think more and more in the last, as the year's gone on, the crap to sift through has thinned out, and it's been more of, going from plates of chicken shit to damn near gourmet chicken salad at this point for across the board in match quality. And I think that's a wonderful place to be.
Amen.
Walter, what are your thoughts, sir?
In terms of global, I mean, it's cool to see, and you get different things and different countries involved. As long as you go to a different market every time, and you don't keep repeating the same market over and over again, because then you're going to have the AEW Chicago issue. If you just say overseas is London, I'm going to go to London, and then it's going to be like, okay, geez, enough. Can you go to Germany? Can you go to Spain? Europe is pretty big if you want to keep going to that continent. Then they did a house show in India. Look at that. They sent John Cena to India.
Right?
All these people, like, WWE knows what they're doing global. Triple H is taking, you can say this, Vince took the reins from Vince Jr., took it from Senior, and made it this thing. And now it's Triple H's turn to take it from Vince and make it to the next evolution. And yes, I did that on purpose.
You're good. And Walter, Vince and The Undertaker did an interview together in Saudi to promote the show on Saturday, and like we talked about in private, bringing UFC over there. It's crazy how Vince wouldn't grant interviews right now anyway. He just doesn't do that anymore. But to have Undertaker stand with him and also be interviewed is big.
It's crazy.
And to have the possibility of the Octagon going over there is huge. Huge.
They already do Abu Dhabi and all the other countries. UFC is a big juggernaut over there.
Yeah, there are very few markets now that are universally recognized untouchable. Russia, if we're being honest. Korea is probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
Even South Korea would be like, yeah, but they're like right there, so maybe not.
UFC is about to, they're about to open a training in Africa. UFC is doing this. Yeah.
Yeah, there is so much potential, especially with this partnership, this merger, whatever you want to call it, takeover, whatever you want to label it as. There is so much potential for good. And by extension, the folks that cover the industry, be it the Dave Meltzers, be it the watch-alongs and the YouTubers, be it anybody, we're all going to benefit. The trickle-down will be exponential if things continue to play out the way they've been.
Yeah, I think they're definitely trying to, all the people that they have under roster, they're trying to look at where they all come from and go to those areas.
Yes.
How long until they go to Africa?
Yeah.
Kofi Kingston's from there.
Exactly.
They did a South Africa. They did a South Africa house show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kofi got to visit out there, and he was treated like royalty out there.
He and his wife or his mom?
I think it was his mom.
His mom. Yeah, they got that school open. I mean, that stuff like that is so cool. You hear about Mick Foley having the schools he sponsors around the world. Things are. It's growing. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cool to see. And if UFC does well in that show, if they do a pay-per-view well in Africa, Vince and Nick and Hunter can go,
Yeah.
The major thing with these premium live events is the timing. We're going to be up how fucking early next Saturday?
We go live at 9 a.m. West Coast time.
Our time. Oh, hang on. How early for Australia in February? Yeah.
You guys have fun with that.
Well, you're not WWE commentary, luckily, so you're good on that. Well, at least your East Coast time, Noah. JJ and I are gonna be like, fuck.
For real.
It'll be like it'll be like calling Wrestle Kingdom, which you're used to, so whatever.
Well,
But
here's the again here just to put the reactions in play. Wrestle Kingdom 18. Anyway, continue.
The Wrestle Kingdom logo reminds me of something out of Super Sentai.
Yeah,
it kind of looks like that. Yeah.
In freaking manga in Japan. Not to make a sub tangent. Anyway, back on the conversation.
But again, again, year and a half or 2 years ago, I'd be like, I ain't doing that shit. It's too weird time of night.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the help. I'm good to go.
Exactly.
And I love it.
And then when it comes to the pay-per-views for AEW,
oh Lord, yes.
I mean, some of the positives is now you get more of a chance to be focused on a storyline and actually end it instead of dragging it on and on. Theoretically speaking, because WWE has constant pay-per-views or PLEs, but they know how to drag the hell out of a story and then never end it. But theoretically, you can end your stories and get, like MJF, for an example, into different stories instead of having to defend the tag titles while doing this and then sacrificing the AEW title, making it look secondary because you got to do this other thing. Or the all-in, all-out situation Attila was talking about where you barely promoted it and didn't announce a match until, 2 weeks before it? So now, business-wise, you got a better chance to announce your main events to try to sell it, but you got to meet fans halfway with this price point. You can't expect you can't expect people to spend $50 every month in order 12 pay-per-views.
$400 for a year if they stick to their 8 shows.
I'm so surprised you didn't get an all-in, all-out combo package deal.
Me too. Apparently, he was fighting for it, but they didn't want none.
I called it. I said it on stream all the time. It should have been buy one, get the other at least half off, or just get both.
Yeah, it's one of those, like you just said, if they stick to the price plan, it's $400. If they increase, it's $600 a year.
Which
to buy one company's pay-per-views. So there's $600 right there.
Well, and if you buy the Ring of Honor pay-per-views that are underneath Tony Khan at the end of the day, same company or not, it's still underneath Tony Khan. You're looking at the end of this year, grand total of $550. Let's not forget Final Battle is also next month. Or excuse me.
Trust me. I have the graphic ready to show We're Gonna Die. Trust me. It's all ready to go for JJ in the room.
Remember, there used to be 2 price points where it was like $49.99 for like the standard, and then you had to pay even more to get high def or something. Remember that before high def was available?
You guys remember WrestleMania was like $69.99?
Yeah,
all the other pay-per-views were like
$39.99. Okay, playing the role of Josh will be Attila. Listen to the youngin over here. Listen to in that cute. I remember when WrestleMania was $19.95 and in your house for only $14.95. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Mania. Okay, now Mania may have been $25. The other ones were $20. But even still, $20 for a pay-per-view, $15 for in your house.
But we're not talking about price point for Mayors. We're talking about price point for AEW. So
no. But again, JJ and I we had this conversation today, as a matter of fact, talking about the actual cost of a Disneyland pass versus if we base it on inflation alone, what it should be.
Yep.
It's way different.
Wasn't Disneyland like 59 cents back in the day when it first opened?
Okay. Well, that's I'm talking even when. Okay, we're gonna briefly go. Sorry, JJ. $33 in the year 2000 for a one-day one park compared to bottom tier $103 for a one-day one park. There's where we're at in 20 years.
That's crazy.
And you can't tell me that's just inflation. That's bullshit. Or no, sorry, bullshit. BEW sheet. Bullshit.
That's greed. It's greed. It's corporate.
This is why I prefer Universal Studios.
It is, but to bring it back to wrestling, $14.90 or even $25 in, we'll say, the year 1998. 25 years later, if they were still on pay-per-view like AEW, they've doubled in price. They've only doubled in price for a major wrestling pay-per-view.
Yeah.
But that's just one company.
WWE front row tickets. You used to, if you spend like $100 and something, $200 for a decent pay-per-view, it could be in the front row. Now $200 is nosebleed.
And now people spend $20,000 to sit up front at the Royal Rumble.
Exactly.
I get these emails about these price points, and I go, like my both my brain and my wallet short circuit.
Exactly. I got an email letting me know to meet this star, that star, on a chair, and sit front row at Royal Rumble, and it was like $15,000-$20,000. I say, you emailing the wrong person.
You do have a point there, Walter, because I remember back in 2013, this for SummerSlam, I think I was behind the announce table, and it was me and my brother, and those tickets, I don't even think I paid more than $500 for them. I think I paid like way less. WrestleMania 31 for 3 tickets, decent tickets, like in the middle section was $600, and it was decent. It was like in the middle section, so.
Alto, El Renegado, we need to rein the show back in.
Let's get back on track here.
So, if AEW does increase to 12, El Renegado,
yes,
they have to adjust the price point.
Agreed.
They got to.
Have to.
Yeah.
Like there's no, you're not gonna, like, again, the diehards, the crazies, the ones that attacked a certain personality on Twitter for daring to defy the great and powerful Tony. They might pay the $50 a month. Good on them. They can afford that. The average wrestling fan, or even the diehard overall wrestling fan, when they're paying $10 a month, period, for all WWE access, when they're paying $10 a month for all Ring of Honor access, including the pay-per-views, when they're paying, how inexpensive is Impact?
99 cents if you want just the regular weekly show, $4.99 if you want the weekly show plus the Impact Plus specials.
There you go.
Okay, so for 3 companies, including one that's under Tony Khan's purview, it's $25 to $30 a month, as opposed to $50 a month for one company, one show.
Yep.
That is going to make everybody's brain go, nope, not going to happen.
3 of them in a row don't even feature your freaking world title on the line.
Yeah, and again, we can break up the minutia of what's featured on what show. The bottom line is the leader of the company is going to be asking us to pay $50 a month for one pay-per-view, when the other 3 companies, including one under his leadership, if you will, is charging less than $30 total for the entirety of access to the company.
You can't do it.
That is the thing that Tony Khan's marketing people should put to Tony. Yes, sir.
Because I'm blind, can someone read what that says to me? Because I think I see what it says, but I want to make sure I'm reading it right.
AEW should stop back-to-back weeks of pay-per-views. And to be fair, they only did that one time this year, and that was the first time they've done it in company history.
That was going to be my counterpoint. Okay.
You're welcome.
I was gonna say, wasn't it Warner Brothers Discovery that wanted AEW to get more pay-per-views?
I'll say it once, I'll say it again, and Jeff, you can speak verbatim to my testimony on this. It is the networks that dictate the amount of content they expect their investment to put out.
Yeah, and you can't bite the hand that feeds you.
Damn
so
right
if
can,
Warner
otherwise
Brothers
we're
wants 12
under.
pay-per-views, AEW is going to give them 12 pay-per-views. And it's up to Warner Brothers
to
give AEW that streaming deal.
And again, Tony Khan is fighting for it. I honestly, I'm just going to put it out there right now because I haven't really said anything and I don't have a lot to say because, hi, my name is Noah Foster. I'm the crazy professional wrestling fan that watches all the wrestling companies and buys every pay-per-view from AEW, Ring of Honor, because none of those pay-per-views of the year. Thank you and good night. With Impact. That being said, if World's End is ending things as we know it without Rem performing the song, then it has to be the start officially of a deal with Mass, because there is no way in hell why Big G is the big baller and I'm the simple spender. There is not enough Big G's and Noah Fosters to put their money towards an AEW pay-per-view and a Ring of Honor pay-per-view every third month, including AEW pay-per-views every month.
You have to make the Max deal, if anything, for the innuendo of your champ name is Max. Think of the promotion alone on that. Your name is Max. The app is called Max. Just think about the commercial of it, the advertising of it.
So Walter, are you saying they should go from the blue color to a Burberry color?
No, I'm not saying that, but I mean,
Or
it
should
kind
they
of
go
writes
things
itself
like
in.
Platinum Max?
The Platinum Max? No, that gets too weird.
I'm just thinking of it as the promotion and the funny commercials. The fact that your champ coincidentally's name is Max, and you do that, it'll just be a perfect marketing.
All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about marketing with the man whose name's on the marquee.
Okay, well, first of all, you want to talk weird. The Acclaimed and Billy Gunn were allowed to promote that tomorrow was National 69 Day. I'm leaving that where it is. Now, you asked me to put it in my terms when you start the first part of what you said, but it kind of got lost in the sauce there. Repeat the first part back to me.
If you expect the big baller and simple spend.
No, before that.
So again, it's one of those things where, hi, my name is Noah Foz. I'm the crazy fan of professional wrestling that buys all the papers.
Yeah, before that even.
Before that even?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what I actually started with because
I went before him.
I was saying Walter was going on about the AEW pay-per-views going back to back, and I was saying it was the first time they've done that in company history. And also, I remember what I said. You got to remember it's the networks that talk about
thank you. Okay,
the
cool.
menu supply. Go ahead.
All right. Here's where, again, hi, I'm Tony Khan. I'm not going to make the same mistakes that Eric Bischoff did. Hi, we're Turner. You're going to give us more content. Yes, sir.
There you go.
Well, I mean, look at WWE. USA wanted a third hour for Raw, and they gave them the third hour of Raw.
Okay,
so
but the difference is when Raw got that third hour, the ratings and the ad revenue justified it for USA to do it. Okay, when WCW. I want to make my point. I feel Jay. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say that third hour doesn't affect our pockets, just our brains.
Let Jeff finish. Let's quit talking over each other. And let's keep this thing on target.
Okay. When WCW was commanded to add Thunder, that to this day is part of when Bischoff said, "We're fucked." Turner, Warner, whatever, saw money in AEW, do another show. Oh, okay. Oh, you're bringing Punk back. Do another show. Okay. Part of our opening for this show. Yeah, mistake. You get one from James to Tony Khan. There's been more than one faux pas made by the man that runs AEW. And these little faux pas, while seemingly little at the time, are going to add up. They are adding up now.
Yep.
The reputation of the company is absolute dog shit at the moment. I mean, that's just the sentence. It is a mess because of his leadership versus his social media presence. They are not compatible. They are not happy people together at all.
Nope.
Increasing pay-per-views, increasing production output without the revenue coming in to balance it is what is going to hurt them the most. I feel like I'm having a freaking business podcast instead of a wrestling show.
And I'm too.
But it just is what it is because the same thing happened. ECW had some of the greatest storylines in the history of wrestling. But if you can't pay your talent, if you can't rent the buildings, if you can't get revenue from other sources, you're going to die. WCW had the single greatest story in professional wrestling history before Roman Reigns and his family got together. But when you don't have an end to it, and it just gets more stagnant than 3-day-old water sitting out here on the counter in the heat, You're doomed. You're doomed. Tony Khan and AEW, they can increase to 12 all they want. They've increased to 8 when they started out as a quarterly presentation. And when, all the podcasts I listen to, not just the ones I help produce or help, host or whatever, man, I couldn't wait to drop that $50 into the fight till or into the bleacher till to watch the resolution of these storylines I'd seen progress on Dynamite over the course of those 4 or 5 months. Now we're looking at doing it 2/3 of the year. And granted, Walter, yes, the storylines can conclude more definitively, but the old school, old fogey that's going to go get my Ovaltine and my cookie in the commercial here disagrees with that. I liked when Hogan defended the title at WrestleMania or won it back at WrestleMania and then had a story carry to SummerSlam, and then had a story carry to Survivor Series, had a story carry to Royal Rumble, and then a story carried to WrestleMania, lather, rinse, repeat. I did not like when Diesel defeated Shawn at WrestleMania, and then, okay, so now he's fighting Sid right away, and Shawn's a babyface. Whoa. There's too much shit going on. My brain can't handle it. Even now at 40, my 15-year-old brain and my 40-year-old brain are pretty much the same, except they're going opposite directions in development now, unfortunately. Is what it is. I just think that the balance is not there. And this goes for both companies too. However, I don't mind with WWE because I'm ingrained for it. I guess I'm used to it, I guess. And I'm not a big proponent of the change. Granted, everybody really knows that. But I was okay with it being an alternative. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. AEW was the alternative. TNA was the alternative in 2002. JJ and I talk about this all the time. WWE's charging us $40 a month. Well, so is TNA. Yeah, but we're getting 4 shows out of that. We're getting 8 hours as opposed to 3. Again, price point changes and the layout of the presentation changes. I'm good. And speaking of money, speaking of revenue, I believe JJ is going to alert me to what's been going on in the chat room.
Yes, I believe we have 2 super chats that have popped in. If you can read off who they are from and what they are due to my blindness.
They are both from Big Baller G, as a matter of fact. He said, just dropping in for my break. Screw AEW for all these pay-per-views was the first thing. And he compounded it by saying, no way in hell I'm paying $400 a year for AEW pay-per-views. So there you go.
We found a budget point for the Big Baller.
Well, okay. I mean, granted.
Thank you, G, for those super chats. Those both went to you, by the way, Meech.
Okay. Again, I'm going to say, let me do real quick here. Spread the love to both channels that are monetized. I appreciate that my name is over here. However, so is that guy's. So, anyway.
And also just to close out, as far as global, remember what Triple H's first prospect was with NXT? Global localization. There's no denying right now they're at that point. And with the coverage that UFC already is worldly recognized for, they're using that clearly as the blueprint towards what markets we can try and tap into. They're going to freaking capital of Germany. And I swear to God, you have Walter in the main event, you fucked up.
No, I said it. Yeah.
I'm waiting for South America. I'm waiting for Africa. I'm waiting for Mexico as we keep talking about it. So, yeah, they're at that point. It's just a matter of how much further you go to that point. And also, again, these nations are starving for this type of content. They're not exposed to a regular basis. Come 2024, we're going to have at least 12 shows for TNA. We definitely know we're going to have at least 12 shows for WWE and NXT combined. You know you're going to have at least 3 of our pay-per-views. And if Tony Khan follows his business model, you're going to have at least 8 pay-per-views from AEW, rounding out with Ring of Honor, that's 11. God help us if the Mammon adds another 4 pay-per-views, but they better be on Max, or even I'm going to probably have a point where I won't be able to even afford all this. The bottom line, the industry is so oversaturated on the Western side of things that, yeah, it might be a little bit crowded, but it's nice to see how far it's reaching out globally. And that's a testament to the longevity of this industry.
Yeah, it's good to see that. But another thing with the price point is WWE, the Peacock is maybe $6.99, $4.99. I don't even know what I pay because I do it in a year. But if they lay an egg, I'm a little more forgiving if their pay-per-view kind of sucks because I don't have to pay that. If you want 12 pay-per-views and you're gonna make me pay $49.99, you better goddamn well deliver every freaking single one of those pay-per-views. If you want me to pay that money, you have no margin for error. You got no room to lay an egg or screw one of those pay-per-views up or have a bullshit disqualification ending, a bullshit countout ending, a bullshit this ending, or God forbid one of them people get hurt. And now, well, you can't help it, so I can't include that one.
You can't do anything about the injury.
Yeah.
All the bullshit stuff. As far as I'm concerned, that's only happening in WWE a lot. AEW rarely ever does that.
Exactly, but WWE can get away, and I can be a little more forgiving because I don't pay as much. But AEW does that, starts doing that shit, and I'm paying $50 a month. Screw you. And you got to do something about it. You got to do something about this price point. And all their stories freaking hit home runs over the fence. So you can't expect me to pay that much and then not showcase people that want to see this popular people that you leaving in catering, and you want me to pay $50 a month every pay-per-view when you lost CM Punk, you lost Jade.
I said 2 weeks ago, don't be a Twitter twat. Tony Khan may be a social media twat, but I'll give credit where credit's due. When it comes to pay-per-views, 9.5 out of 10, he hasn't fucking missed.
But even still, Noah, hitting the mark 95% of the time, still with $50 a month, dude, that's the
it's still crazy.
That percent is big. Yeah.
And you know, when the other companies are asking us to pay a fifth of that or less for access to the entirety of the company's libraries, not just the monthly pay-per-views, but you get access to the entire Ring of Honor library, and slowly but surely it's happening, but it will, the entirety of the Impact TNA library, and as of now, more than 95% of the WWE library on Peacock or on the network internationally.
With the exception of those couple shows that'll never be added, just like those couple of movies that'll never be put on Disney Plus.
Well, right. And again, there's no amount of negotiation. It's just it's a hard no. And I've come to accept that, you know, because at least on the Disney front, I have you for that.
Media rights are a bitch in general.
I'm still pissed they edited the Vicky Guerrero Rock segment out of Raw for fucking Peacock.
Did they really?
Yeah, the way he sings to Vicky.
No. I remember exactly what you're talking about. Just the fact that they edited that is ridiculous. Yes, ma'am. Real quick.
I was gonna say, I'm really glad that WWE does had the network and now has Peacock, because I can't imagine justifying paying for every WWE pay-per-view and on top of having to pay for AEW pay-per-view. And for right now, we're only paying $11.99 on Peacock. But what's going to happen once that contract expires? What's Endeavor going to do? Are we going to get, you know, a deal with UFC and WWE, and you're going to pay way more? Or
here's where it comes down to. You know, JJ's asked about, you know, the willingness to pay. That's what it comes down to, is the willingness. $12 a month for Peacock Premium Plus, which gets us everything, right? At the end of the day,
including brand new movies. I mean, off topic, but Five Nights at Freddy's opened in theaters on Friday, and it's on Peacock too. Dropped the same day.
Yep. All 3 Halloween movies that came out in the last 5 years were on either Peacock or actually Kills was, because it was during the pandemic. But the last 2 were same day. You had the option. And
you know something? Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I actually don't really use Peacock. I don't use my streaming services at all. I mean, I only got Netflix for Power Rangers, and I kept it because of Cosmic Fury. I don't use my Peacock. I only got Peacock because of WWE. I don't watch anything else that's on there except for like when my family comes over. Yeah, okay. I'm paying for it.
So that's the point I was going to make is, you know, those of us that crossed over to Peacock because we had to in the United States, still $12 a month for that, but I'm willing to pay it because on this WWE pay-per-views kind of be a pain in the ass to pull off. Disney Plus, I'm going to get that whether I'm a cast member or not. Disney's just too important to my existence. It just is. It's about the willingness to pay. We have a Netflix subscription. I know all 5 of us in the family don't use Netflix on the regular. I know we don't. Same with Max. Big G lets me use his Max account because somebody's been trying to get me to watch Gotham, and it's finally on there. So anyway, we'll talk about that one much later because we're gonna be a big rabbit hole if we get on the Gotham discussion. But even still, if AEW moves to Max, I have a reason. It's all about people wanting to pay. My mom and I talked about going, unplugging the cord, going cordless, no cable. We're paying more for the different services. I mean, we're paying StreamYard, Spectrum for the cable because we have to, because not everything is available on the Spectrum box.
I'm actually paying more in cable and internet than I am for the streaming services.
I think again, you're not using as many as I am by your own admission. But if I were to go through and I'll even do this for next week's show, we'll have a business part of the show for discussion. If I go in to add up all the streaming services we use and which ones I actually pay for, or even if the ones I'm not paying for, but if I did have to, the cable cost would probably be significantly less.
Don't do it, Jeff. You'll make yourself cry. I did it once. Looked at everything I'm paying for. And was like, oh.
Like I said, Walter, JJ and Teresa and I had the discussion about what Disney should cost versus what it costs, and I felt my wallet and my heart both murmur.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nope.
You look at the private chat. That's how much I pay for cable. If you pay less than that, you're still not.
Like I always say, also priorities for passion. So the end has to justify the means, but it also can't hurt you financially.
Yep.
And I don't even watch cable aside from wrestling.
Right. Anyway, we went way out of the weeds, and I apologize. Lo siento, el renegado de lucha libre. Lo siento.
We forced him to wear his mask longer.
Yeah.
They didn't pay for you to wear this long.
No.
Yes.
It did.
Yes. Considering I got the money, we need to cut commercial and get this man out of the mask.
Yeah, get the man out of the match. Yes, WWE's global, AEW, go to streaming because I guarantee you not everyone's going to pay $50 for pay-per-views every year, especially go to 8.
I was going to say, not at $400, $600 a year. Hell no. No way. Not now.
If he's a smart businurbusinessman, he'll notice that.
Man, well, we'll see. All right.
So we're going to
be back. Find yourself a friend and split the cost.
We're going to be back. We're going to run 2 quick commercials. One, since Big G is in the chat, we're going to replay the Parker King Promotions one.
Yes.
And then once that is over, we will show you guys everything that is coming up across the multiverse of media on Halloween Day. Stay tuned.
Hello, pals. Alyssa Marino here. And as a friend of Parker Kane Promotions, I am super excited to share the awesomeness that they've got in store for you this November at WrestleCade. You'll be seeing the world-traveling Capital Championship Wrestling Global Fighting Champ Rebecca J. Scott, a rising star who's been featured on Ladies Night Out, MCW, and more, the stunner Emily J., an internationally traveled talent who you've seen on NXT UK and Stardom, Angel of the Ring Zaya Brookside, and NWA World Women's Tag Team Champion Chicago's sweetheart Missa Kate will also be appearing live. It's all going down WrestleCade weekend in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can catch these stars brought to you by Parker Kane Promotions on Saturday, November 25th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And be sure to stick around for Ladies Night Out the following day on Sunday, November 26th. You can get your WrestleCade weekend tickets at WrestleCade.com.
Give me the power, I beg of you! It's alive! It's alive! It's alive! It's alive!
Kill her, Mommy! Kill her! Don't let her get away, Mommy! Don't let her live!
Andy, no! Please! We're friends to the end, remember?
This is the end, friend.
Blah.
He's alive! Alive and can breathe!
I'm giving you guys gold during those commercials.
Oh, I know.
Good grief.
El Renegado has Gone back south of the border. Thank goodness for JJ.
Took a siesta.
He took a siesta. Yeah. He joined El Generico and Kevin Steen to run the orphanage.
He folded the mask into a hat.
Damn.
As he should. Olay! You know what was funny though? As sideways as that got, it was all relevant to the topic, which is even weirder.
It was.
Usually when we get sideways, we get fucking sideways. So
yeah. Good.
And I mean, we did get another $10 in super chats. You know, if that had come to my channel, they might have been able to get El Renegado for another segment. But you know,
JJ, don't.
It's too late now. It's too late now. This is the last.
No mas. Yeah, no mas.
No more madness. Close it out. Let's get.
They would have had to. They would have had to pay for it before now. So we're good.
The madness went away at the end of last segment.
Well, no. I can't promise there will be no more madness because we've got the shills. We've got some shills that I'm sure are going to drive the simple man nuts.
Se van a morir.
Disney.
Se van a morir. Se van a morir.
Yes.
I know.
I believe that
Ay,
our
Dios
shills are going to drive Noah crazy, just like Noah and Dattila believe in
Joe
Henry.
Yeah.
Joe Henry. Say
Gracious Simon Miller, attorney points this Friday. Let's freaking go.
I believe in Joe Henry.
I miss Joya. Damn it. Anyway, come on.
Me too. I miss Joya.
Well, we may miss Joya here on this channel, but we will always, at least on the Impact TNA presentations, we have Nola.
Or Miss Louisiana.
North Los Angeles.
So why you got to kill the gimmick, Dattila, for real?
Because that's what I think when I see Nola.
Hey. Nola is the best commentary team that Impact ever had, except for Mike Sandown West.
Yes.
I believe in Nola.
Yeah, I like commentary with Noah. His passion just like
right.
We all love commentary with Noah, which is why I missed it in NBA. I'm glad Walter's stepping in. Don't get me wrong, because my commentary skills have become what they've become. But I miss it too.
Yes.
Yeah, I like commenting with Noah. I think we make a great duo.
Y'all nice. Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure. That's all.
Daniel, I
caught dibs on being Ray Wall.
Daniel, I was supposed to have whatever you do, don't fall asleep from Nancy. The audio was just way too silent. It just didn't come out good over the background music. But I did have that clipped ready to go. It didn't work out right. What's up, Walter?
You kind of re-traumatized me with the Chucky. I'm gonna tell y'all a story. All right. So my uncle, my brother.
Okay. I mean, sorry. Go ahead. All
right. My brother's only 7 years older than me, and my uncle's only like 10 or 15 years older than me. So when we used to have sleepovers at his house and stuff, I hated Chucky. I was really scared of Chucky. I hated Chucky, like to the point where I threw my sister's Cabbage Patch dolls out and got in big trouble because I did want them in the house. But boys will be boys, right? Now, mind you, my uncle's only 10 to 15 years older than me. My brother's only 7. They used to tie me up on a chair with jump rope. And my brother had that stupid spell memorized. And they would put their hand on my forehead and go, Dembula, give me the power. They knew that shit word for word. It would scare the living shit out of me while I was like 5, 6, 7 years old. They used to scare the crap out of me. And like hearing that spell out loud just reminded me of all that shit. It's all the good fun, and now it's good memories to think back on, but they traumatized the hell out of me with that. Or my uncle would hide under the bed so that when I fall asleep, he would grab my foot from the bed and pull me and drag me under while I'm screaming for bloody mercy. Like it's the shit we did was ridiculous, man. But man, it was all about Chucky, man.
I love Chucky. I don't know what it is about him that captivated me, but I immediately took to Chucky. I think it's because I knew that it was so fake. Like, how is all like that going to come to life and kill you? You know, because the reason I love Batman, the reason I took to him so much, because he was the realist in the world of fake superheroes.
Yep, exactly why I'm such a Batman head. But I I liked Freddy, but because he made me laugh. I wasn't scared of Freddy. I was more
But
entertained by Freddy.
Freddy, I thought was believable. A dude that terrorized you
Yeah.
in your dreams.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jason, a dude that killed people at a summer camp. These are things
Mhm.
I could see realistically happening. But a
Mhm.
doll becoming possessed and trying to kill you. No, I'm good. That's phony. I can get with this.
Yeah.
And then you figure 7 years later, Pixar would create a movie about a kid named Andy whose toys came to life. I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Toy Story and Child's Play. And if you look at Sid's room, it's very reminiscent of The Shining
Charles.
as well.
Yeah. He might be Charles Lee Ray as a child. Sid.
But anyways, let's get to the shills. Let's start getting this so we can try to get out of here. We're not going to get out right at midnight, but we shouldn't get too far down past that.
All right.
Even though he wasn't here today, he did pop in the chat room for a brief moment because the man he simps for was on the air with us for a few segments.
Oh God.
Follow the Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield on Twitter at Walking Hymnal, on Instagram at Mellowmangram. We did see the Big Baller G pop in the chat room as well. Follow him on TikTok, Big Baller G 1988, Twitter, NoDQ_ Big Baller G, on Instagram and Threads, NoDQ_ Big Baller G 1988. You can find me, all those places stated: Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, the Twix at ROWJJ Williams, on YouTube, Casa D18 Studios. We thank all of you guys that are watching right now on the channel. Make sure, if you guys haven't checked it out yet, you guys start tuning in to For the Love of Wrestling every Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, where I cover pretty much everything in pro wrestling except for Impact. On Mondays, I cover all the weekend shows, so I cover Rampage, SmackDown, and Collision. On Tuesdays, I cover Raw. Wednesdays is NXT, and Thursdays is Dynamite. Much to Noah's chagrin, coming next year.
Damn it.
Wrestling Karaoke, our second annual Wrestling Karaoke night, will be on March 30th.
Oh, that should be fun.
2024.
Don't
We will be
encourage this,
singing
Priscilla.
wrestling theme
Sorry.
songs. If you go back to Tilla and you check out the one we did this year, we had spots on the wheel for Raw, SmackDown, AEW, indie wrestlers, Hall of Famers, deceased superstars. I think Impact was on there as well. It was a fun time. It was so good. We're going to bring it back. It's going to be our open mic night prior to Mania weekend tradition.
That's cool. So anybody could sing?
Yeah.
a song?
Yeah.
So if I donate,
we do
if
the
I-
wheels, and we have everyone's name on the wheel, just like we did for the British Invasion one, just like we're going to do for Disney karaoke. And we usually have 3 different price points. The smallest one is usually $5. If anyone super chats $5, then we spin the name wheel. We see randomly who's going to have to sing, and then we spin the other wheel to see from which category they get to pick from. Then for $20, it's usually the person that super chats picks who they want to sing. We spin the wheel, and the person that has to sing gets to pick from that. Or for $30 or $25, I forget which we did last time, the super chatter gets to pick who they want to sing and what they want them to sing.
Yes.
Oh, I like that. I think I might donate that day. I think I know I want someone to sing.
Oh boy.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should be interesting.
You want me to tell you?
No.
No.
No. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'll keep it a surprise.
Because it adds to the torment leading up to that. Like, not that Noah needs to be tormented anymore. Josh Mansfield has got a dirty plan for him come Disney karaoke. Everybody on the panel, I think, except for maybe you and Walter, because you weren't around when it was first discussed, know what is coming for Noah. But we aren't telling him.
God, I'm out on the night with a bottle of Russo and drunk off my ass on my mom's 60th birthday celebration, and I can tell you all, fuck you!
You can't, though, because that's full gear.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you gotta make a sacrifice, and my liver will make the sacrifice that night if that becomes a thing.
Damn.
Sacrifice is a different pay-per-view, Noah.
Yeah,
it is.
It's usually in February.
I wish it was back. Sacrifice, also a great song by Creed.
So we've got that coming up.
I don't like Creed.
Next year, we also have 80s karaoke night.
Oh, God. Oh, God, no. But some of this stuff terrifies me. What the heck? Is that Tina Turner?
No, that's
Whitney Houston.
I want to dance with somebody.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that song. Oh, God.
So we've got the beach party coming.
Beach party? Oy.
And then we've got Halloween Scarioke next year. Noah gave a little sample of that with the Monster Mash and Thriller.
He did.
But next year, we're going to have a whole Halloween karaoke. And then, of course, we'll have the Christmas one again next year. Next year will be our third Christmas karaoke. But we got to get through this year's first before I break out that graphic.
Yes.
But yeah.
Daniel says he's gonna $60 for November. Half of it will be for me, and the other half would be for Josh. He wants him to sing Darkwing Duck.
There we go.
We already. Oh yeah. Darkwing Duck's just one of the ones that Noah does know about.
Well, again, when I was Once a Wee Lad, that was one of the only cartoons that actually was not on Fox, Nickelodeon, or Cartoon Network that I actually could tolerate.
Let's get dangerous.
Yes.
JJ's looking forward to that more, I think, than anybody, even Josh himself or Daniel himself, because Darkwing Duck was JJ.
Yeah. Daniel said that he was going to have someone do that to try and torment him, and I told Daniel straight up, then don't pick me because Darkwing Duck is my shit.
Yeah, right? Darkwing Duck's my shit.
I legit have Negaduck tattooed on my arm. One of the
you have said this
Duck.
verbatim that you have this, JJ.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. And I told Daniel I would do Dino Thunder if he donated. So
I'm sure people are gonna Power Ranger the heck out of you that night.
Well, if they do Power Rangers, they can only do Ninja Storm through RPM. They can't do anything before or after because that's the Disney era.
Fair enough. And Daniel, you never can have enough cowbell. All right, I definitely got that song. Go for the Reaper. See, I don't mind rock. Disney just sucks.
Disney does not suck.
It does.
Jay, we need a karaoke show that just does the SNL parodies. One quarter. We'll learn you.
Why not In Living Color? Have Jim Carrey sing.
Oh God, Cult of Personality by Jim Carrey. What the hell are you trying to do here?
Jim Carrey sang on In Living Color.
Different Living Color. Okay, we're going way into the knowledge pool. Not Living Color the band, In Living Color the television show. Anyway.
Yeah, the parody of Vanilla Ice was just oh my god, and Snow.
Or what about Informer?
The widest rapper ever in existence before Eminem and John Cena. JJ, close this thing out.
I'm trying, but things are happening.
And the nonsense is happening. Keep going.
It's the Saturday Night Shenanigans, Noah. You want to sit here and you try to make people think that you are anti-Disney, good sir.
I am.
No, you are not.
Yesterday's Arlene Spirits, and again, glutton for my punishment, but help him entertain the masses.
No.
And also help out a friend. Everybody, you ready to have some fun? Here is DuckTales 1987. All right, here we go.
You have a steal coins to jump in?
It's like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, aeroplanes.
That was some TV fame. That was super chatted, but
might solve a mystery. or rewrite history. DuckTales. Every day they're out there making DuckTales. Tales of daring, do bad, and good luck tales. The danger, watch behind you. There's a stranger out to find you. What to do, just grab onto some DuckTales. Every day they're out there making DuckTales. God. Tales of daring, do bad, and good luck tales.
Whoa, we got both of them.
Yes!
Yes!
Yes! Or cotton tails, no DuckTales. And I'm pretty sure James fucked his own voice up.
How did that happen last week when I wasn't on the air with you guys?
Yep.
Yes.
God
Oh,
damn.
I missed that too.
Right?
Again, not a movie. Cartoon I actually recognize from my childhood. That I can tolerate.
There you go.
But Noah wants to sit here and try to front like he is anti-Disney, but then look at how he got into that.
Right.
I meant the Disney this generation, okay? That was 1990s. That was childhood. That's different, okay? And that's TV.
Wait 1 second.
Anyway. All the current Disney bullshit. Who knows what Josh is up his sleeve, but I want to virtually strangle his ass.
All right. So once you come back, Jeff, let me know because I'm going to need you to start talking about these no DQ shills.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, go ahead then because I was trying to load something and I couldn't, so go ahead. So, NoDQ.com, of course, across the socials, across YouTube, NoDQ, DOTCOM. There'll be no NoDQ review tomorrow because of the birthday and anniversary and Halloween contained in the Riftiverse, if you will. They are taking the weekend off, and God bless them for doing that. So we'll be back with a NoDQ review next Sunday, the day after Crown Jewel. So I think they're doing recaps this week, but considering Tuesday is Halloween and Monday is Caitlin's birthday, maybe not. Just tune in and see what happens. My guess is going to be I'm going to get a text message. Can you recap Raw? Which means I have to watch it on the East Coast feed somehow, and I don't have access to that anymore. So that'll be fun.
He said he wasn't doing SmackDown because it was taped, but he was doing Raw.
Okay, well, I mean, if he's actually going to do something on her birthday, wait a minute, no, I forget which one's the anniversary, which one's her birthday. I'll find out tomorrow when Facebook reminds my ass, so it's okay. Actually, I'll find out now as soon as we get off the air here because they'll tell me one way or the other. Anyway, I don't know what they're doing no DQ guys, except they're not doing SmackDown because you said it was taped because they're going to be in Saudi Arabia live on Friday. So anyway, check out NoDQ.com, the original home of the meets. Check me out Monday, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific for Meech's Musings. It'll be pretty much doing what we're doing now, a preview of the week, but also talking about what's coming up for Halloween and what is to come in the rest of this year as well as next year. Because if you want to scroll all the way to the bottom, JJ, I can lead into that sentence. Because what I'm going to be talking about Monday is the fact that, as we say every week when we talk about these damn shows, we're going to die. That's just through the end of this year. And actually, the deadline date is now changed. I didn't update that yet, but deadline is now both deadline and final resolution. So 9 different nights still scheduled this year, but 11 watch-alongs because the Friday, actually, no, 10, 9, 10, 11, 13 watch-alongs.
Jeff can't count.
12, whatever it is.
Buy the shirt.
Buy the shirt. Greg Sherry's brand new. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whatever it is. All these shows are going to be watched along with just through the end of this year. And then, oh, wait, thanks to the scheduling for next year, we're going to die already next year.
Hey, Wrestle Kingdom.
I'm going to say, Noah, what is that? Is that Wrestle Kingdom? Is that how you say it?
No, Jeff. You know me. How excited I am for the first actual wrestling pay-per-view of the year, as always, starting in 2024. That, of course, is Wrestle Kingdom 18!
Yes. Wrestle Kingdom, Hard to Kill, leading this off before we even get to the Royal Rumble, and then it's all the WWE, all the WWE, and then a couple other things on there too. So, yeah, we're just going to die no matter what. No doubt about it next year.
You're probably going to have some Impact shows in between all of those.
Like
damn
right.
Sacrifice
right. Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah, those graphics are just what's finite, scheduled for sure. We know they're going to take place. So,
look, Jeff,
it's going to be...
Vamos a morir.
See, See. And also, no. Okay, Walter, trigger flash warning here. I had one of these.
Yep.
Yeah, the My Buddy Summer Camp variant scared the bejeebus out of the boy because he just watched Chucky walked in there, sees Buddy hanging over the freaking rail of the upper bunk, nearly pooped his pants. Also for me coming up, of course, the Greg Cherry Show on the Greg Cherry brand. Each and every Wednesday that I'm available. What? Okay. Yes.
You're getting ahead of us.
Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. Tuesday is part of the craziness that is Halloween because our resident barkeep, Statboy Mike and Dory Lou, will be coming up on Statboy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou. It's our Halloween episode. I said it in the description. It's our favorite time of year because every major sport is being showcased right now. We're starting NHL. We're starting NBA. The Major League Baseball's in the playoffs. We're in the heart of the NFL season. It's just bananas right now. Racing's starting to wind down between Formula One and NASCAR, and I think the Indy cars are also winding down their season. So everything is crazy. We're talking about it all on Tuesday. That's at a special start time of 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, so we can have a good break between that and our Halloween Havoc coverage. So busy Tuesday, as you saw in the trailer.
And follow your barkeeps.
Okay, yeah. Do that.
At Dory Lou Hathaway on Facebook, Hathaway Lou on the Twix, Dory Lou on Instagram, Mike Caldwell on Facebook, LB Stat Kid 1977 on the Twix, Statboy13 on the Instagram.
It occurred to me I had the wrong glasses on. I had the Santa glasses on. I couldn't see shit.
That was my problem as El Renegado.
It's like they're just a prop, boys and girls. There he is. The Greg Cherry brand, of course, this week will feature the Greg Cherry Show on Wednesday night. You can follow Greg across the board there on socials. I will not be at the show this week because at 4 o'clock I will be walking into the gates of the Hollywood Bowl to see Guns N' Roses. So I'm busy myself Wednesday. But Greg and Maddie will do their thing as they do. Josh will be happy because there'll be more Maddie and less Jeff talking. So that's always a good thing for everybody involved. Let's see what else for me. I was going to do one more thing for me before you went to Datilla, but that's cool. Please, Datilla gets the plug. Absolutely.
Yes. So, I'm this week, I'm not going to cover SmackDown because I'm going to be watching Turning Point, and I'll probably do a review of Turning Point. So make sure you tune into that. And I'm working, for those of you who don't know, the day after Full Gear will be the 1-year anniversary of JDF's passing. So I'm working on a little video about that. So
you're going to be calling Turning Point for us, right? With Noah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll be calling Turning Point with Noah. Sorry, I forgot that part.
Okay, no worries.
So getting used to the whole calling thing.
It's all good. It's all good. We'll get you there. We'll get you dialed in.
Okay.
As always.
Walter.
There we go.
There's a cup on my head. I think I'm high. All right. No. If UFC would stop throwing me curveballs, Rage of Wrestling will cover the UFC. But John Jones is injured now, so that main event gets canceled. The other one wasn't UFC. That was myself because it was Abu Dhabi. But soon the UFC will start getting covered on Jeff Meacham Network through me. Rage of Wrestling YouTube channel. The Instagram is the Cow Fire, spelled like that. Please don't go to the other guy because it's just reaping the benefits of me being an idiot. And then on the Twix, the X, on the Twitter, as Noah says, is at Walter Alex Cruz.
I am so proud of myself for this. I just am, because like the entire Conrad network picked up the calling it Twix, and I don't give a shit if I get credit for it because I know I did it. I know it's me, and that's okay. But
we saw him earlier on today on the show.
Yes.
Support James. Facebook James Hebman Hebert. On YouTube, J Hebert Side 95. On the Twix, J Hebert Side 95. Noah.
Yep. I want to give a shout out, of course, as always, to my friend across the pond, Amara Jade, who continues to prove that Jade is worth more than gold. Follow her home promotion there, Wood Green Wrestling, and follow her pursuits if you want to on all the social medias, the Instagram and the Twitter at Amara Jade. She recently had a match against Laura Di Matteo You can find that on Spinebuster TV on YouTube. If you choose to follow me, you can find me primarily on Twitter and on YouTube at Foster1916. For all things wrestling, shout of course the entire W family on Twitter and our social media platforms. Of course, we'll be doing our interview impromptu very soon. And hey, I got all this type of content in the world coming up, so stay tuned. Again, we got Super Predicting, we got Simple Takes, and of course, you could give your own simple assessment with simple polls regarding the biggest shows we cover in all things wrestling. I might even ask you to give me your simple thoughts on who you might deem as your wrestler, not superstar, wrestler of the year, and maybe show of the year. So stay tuned for more on that at Foster1916, primarily YouTube and the Twitter.
There
I
we
think I
go.
follow all you guys on Twitter.
Good.
Well, you should, because I follow you. I know that for sure.
I know. I think I follow all of you guys. I have to double check.
I mean, again, I don't have notifications, but I'm pretty sure I follow all you because I think I see you on my main feed. So, I mean,
I know for a fact I follow Noah, JJ, Jeff. I think Walter started following me recently. And I follow No DQ.
Why do people follow me? I barely do anything on there besides give a commentary, taking a form out there.
It's fine, which is fine.
Exactly. And
that's
then
why we
again,
do.
of course, coming January 1st, much to Noah's chagrin, be on the lookout for Noah, That's What I Call Music. Now That's What I Call Open Mic Night. Noah, That's What I Call Slow Jams. And depending on how November 18th goes, Noah, That's What I Call Disney.
Hell to the no.
JJ, you said it in private. The best part of that graphic is Mickey, like a G. Just, yeah, what's up, Noah? That's the best part of that shit.
Fucking hell.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
And
All
of
right.
course, all of those upcoming CDs are
Yes.
Statboy approved.
Absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because we're evil. Why? Because we like you.
Got a weird fucking way of showing it.
Thank you. Dad jokes. I'm here all day. Okay.
Do you have
One more.
dad joke?
I am the Disney dad joke champion as deemed by my son in the t-shirt.
I threw such a dad joke at my daughter the other day. She literally walked away from my car.
Oh, damn. That's the, those
She
are the
was
good ones.
she was wearing a Beatles hoodie. Her best friend was wearing a Paul McCartney shirt. And underneath my jersey that I was wearing, I had a Beatles shirt on.
Oh, God.
And she was like, "Oh, we're all repping the lads today." I was like, "Oh, are we all Aladdin?"
Oh my god.
Can someone please play The Price is Right, Lose a Horn? Thank you. Good night.
Dad's gratuitous walk off.
She didn't even give me my hug before she left to go in. She literally turned and walked.
Whoop, 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 boom. There you go, Noah.
Thank
Oh
you.
my god.
So
That's
good
rough.
and clever.
That's rough. Oh.
Like I know it's a bad dad joke, but I thought
Oh,
it was
yeah.
clever.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at dad jokes and puns, but
Yes.
but not Disney. Yeah.
Disney dad jokes I can do. Yes, definitely can. I would like to please put it out there. We did.
I was
There
gonna
it
say,
is.
if you're gonna do the show for what you're wearing, let's do that just before Noah throws to his quote.
Okay.
Because I think that's what you've been trying to wait to show for.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I do want to remind everybody again, you saw the trailer, but coming up on Tuesday,
Oh boy.
it's going to be a packed day. For the Love of Wrestling, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. Dad's Not Always on Wrestling, ranking the Halloween Saga, 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. Stat Boys Sports Bar, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 Eastern. And then, of course, beginning at 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern, NXT Halloween Havoc. And then immediately following Halloween Havoc, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern. That guy way over there is going to be doing Talk Wrestling because it's the only day he can Brian Cage it and get his shit in with everything else that's going to be going on all next week.
Wait,
I haven't-
you're gonna start doing wrestling reviews now, JJ?
I
She has
started
been.
doing them a
I have
couple
been.
weeks ago.
Yeah.
But I do them in the mornings because by the time I get done watching them at the West Coast feed, it's too late to try and do them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
especially
So
Raw.
I drop the kids off at school. I come home. I do my stream at 9 our time. That's noon Eastern. People are getting their lunch breaks. Been a pretty good response. I've been getting average about 200 something views on my videos.
Awesome. That's
Good
awesome.
deal, brother. Good
Yep,
deal.
very good. I'm hoping, Jay, that Talk Wrestling will be at 7:15 or even sooner. Like as soon as NXT's off the air, because like
Good luck
8
with
o'clock.
that, because you know me and Noah usually BS for a few minutes going afterwards. We're going to shill for
Yeah.
Turning Point on Friday.
Yeah.
Crown Jewel.
Yeah, you're probably best just figuring 8 o'clock, 11. So, yeah.
Now, I have a
That way
separate
there's
Twitter
at least
after.
a 30-minute gap.
Okay.
Figure if
Okay.
we're off the air 7:30, 10:30, then that gives a 30-minute break before the next stream starts.
Yeah.
And that's all that day on Tuesday. And then going on basically fumes to a Guns N' Roses show at the Hollywood Bowl while we have a different kind of fumes, I'm sure, on a contact high situation. Anyway, Thursday, thank God there's nothing going on the channel. Except on your channel, yes, not on my channel.
Yes.
Oh,
And then
God.
Friday, of course, I don't have the graphic for it yet. I'm still waiting on confirmation from the person I need to talk things over with. I did throw it out there. Friday will be Simply Predicting. Time still TBD. It's looking like it's going to be 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern.
So just
but
before.
I just need the confirmation.
Yep.
And you're simply predicting Turning Point or Crown Jewel?
Crown Jewel.
Crown
It's Crown
Jewel.
Jewel because Turning Point's already passed.
Yeah, it would be like cheating to do Simply Predicting on a show that was filmed yesterday.
Exactly. Turning Point's across the pond.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I read the spoilers, so I don't know, but yeah, I
Right,
get
but
what you're
that doesn't mean that everybody else that does the predicting panels hasn't read the spoilers.
No,
I
I
haven't
got
read
you.
spoilers.
Yeah.
So
Well, just because 5 of us have it doesn't mean anybody else hasn't. So
yeah, exactly.
I didn't read them either.
Well, there you go.
Very good. You guys are practicing the simple principle. Be hashtag spoiler free.
I believe in Noah Foster's principles. I'm not about Joe, but I believe in Noah Foster. By the way.
Spoiler free since '93.
But
No, that was good. That was good.
Jeff,
all right. Yes,
you've
sir.
been waiting to get this shill in. Go ahead.
I have been to get this chill in. So a lot of, well, I don't know how many in the room are aware, but for the last, God, over 15 years, we'll put it that way. It's been almost 18 years now. I have been what has been acknowledged now in the world as a Santa ambassador. If you don't know what that means, it's basically the people that aren't actually Santa Claus, but do the gimmick. So I am once again reaching out to the multiverse of media to help a brother out. If you're in the area, anywhere near SoCal that I can get to via transit, via car, via whatever, if you would like to have me at one of your corporate parties or some sort of function or party they're in, there's the rate there. A in-home visit / photo shoot, the rates are there. For the since the advent of COVID, I have been doing virtual visits with family and friends. There's the rates there. All the in-home visits and photo shoots come with a letter for Christmas morning from Santa Claus to be delivered to your child or your party that has a visit from Santa Claus. So hit me up on the socials. There you see the links on social media. If you are a friend that is in my phone number book, feel free to hit me up there as well, because I mean, I'm talking full gimmick, belt, beard, hair, everything. I've done it for years. It started out Rocky Horror, which a little less than innocent, if I'm being honest, but I've since done corporate parties. I've since done family functions. I've since done pretty much everything around the horn. So if you need a Santa Claus and you don't feel like
being a mall Santa.
Yeah, and I kind of didn't want to fall into that, because then I'm at the whim of somebody else, if I'm being honest. So I'm my own boss. I set my own rates. I set my own schedule, but I'm doing that. And I hadn't planned on doing it this year up until last week, Friday. But now I'm going to. So there you go. So yeah, please, it'll be one of those. Anything will help out the money that's not coming in on a weekly basis anymore. So if you're in need of a Santa in your family, in your friendship circle, in your people in general, I'm your guy. Or well, Santa's your guy. I'm just his liaison. So thank you for allowing me to promote on that. It had nothing to do with wrestling, but it's still me. So there you go. Thank you.
No, that's fine. I got no problem with you getting the shill in. I just kind of wanted to get through all of the Halloween stuff before we started trying to shill a Christmas thing.
Oh no, yeah. Once I got the boot from the mouse, I've been playing the Christmas music nonstop to get myself back in the spirit. It's been a bitch to retain it the last 8 days. I'm being honest. So you know me, brother. Play your end anyway.
That is everything for this week's episode of Open Mic Night. For Matty Laws, for James Hebert, for Walter Cruz, for Datilla, for Jeff, for myself, for Noah, we appreciate everybody showing up and tuning in. Noah, take us out as simply and efficiently as you always do, please, good sir.
Oy vey, this night's been full of tricks, treats, and everything in between, but it's finally reached its conclusion. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate the Open Mic Night fam too. This concludes episode 91 of Open Mic Night. I hope for all of you it was a delight. And until next time, if you want to know more about or know more about me, know this. Why do I endure these madness and shenanigans amongst this family and all of you? Because I am but a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. Only wish to encourage all of you that there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, treasure your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling and enjoy your Halloween. It is as simple as that.
Can't say it any better. Have a good night, everybody. Have a safe and happy Halloween. We will see you guys across the multiverse for all the shenanigans of Halloween Day. And we will be back here next week for another episode of Open Mic Night.
Have a good night, folks.
Bye-bye.
Howdy.